You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Congratulations for being here, everybody. You made it. And a big old congratulations to Brian Fairweather over on YouTube for the first comment of the day award. Woo! All right, folks, we want to remind you, very important, do not ignore this instruction. You're going to need to follow us on multiple platforms. As we learned with the YouTube's troubles and the Twitch impending storm, everything going on, you're going to want to follow us in multiple locations. It's the only way to make sure that you don't miss a show, or we just don't disappear entirely for you. So head over to twitch.tv/Canary Cry Radio, youtube.com/Canary Cry Radio, DLIVE.tv/Canary Cry Radio, and now over on Rumble. Listen up, rumble.com/Canary Cry News Talk. I know, we switched it up, but just bear with us. Rumble is the new, fun, and exciting place to catch the show live. Also, more than anything, most importantly, join the mailing list by going to canarycrynewstalk.com. Click into an episode, join the mailing list. Very important. It's the only way that we'll be able to communicate when the Gestapo take over. Okay, folks, as usual, make sure to stay hydrated, and let's go. We got a great show.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is May the 3rd. 2021. This is episode 332. So close. But today, Spike Unclean. And you know me, I'm your razzle-dazzle best buddy Basil.
Am I supposed to play a razzle-dazzle jingle?
Not anymore.
Okay, we'll wait till Wednesday. And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. We're back from the weekend. It's May. Mayday happened. Nothing exploded, as far as I know. And we're here.
Except for the tempers around the globe with protests and things.
Oh, yes, of course. And,
all sorts of stuff happened on Mayday.
Yeah. And I guess we got some angry people message us, which is always fun. We always get the angry.
It's just a part of the life, man.
The life of a podcaster. This is not for everyone. I'll tell you, if you have opinions, you will have people with countering opinions. Believe it or not.
Imagine that.
Yeah. And they'll let you know about it, too.
Yeah. Well, May the 3rd be with you, everybody. Today, make sure to, like I mentioned, if you're on YouTube, go ahead, hit the like button, subscribe, notifications, all.
Oh, this.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
You're so cryptic about that. I wasn't sure when you finished talking about or setting it up. Yeah. Well, we got there.
Yeah, okay. So, make sure to do that. And as usual, if you haven't done it yet, follow on the podcast platforms. And you can especially find Podcasting 2.0 capable podcast apps. If you're looking for one, go to newpodcastapps.com. They are collecting all the wonderful Podcasting 2.0 apps there. And well, how's the weekend? What do you want to do? Should we just get started? We've got a lot of pre-show fun stuff to talk about.
I'm kind of worried because my restream is telling me that we're all completely offline. And it looks like chat is still coming in. So
it is not telling me that. I'm looking at ours. Everything is online.
Okay, well, all right. I guess they don't like to give me accurate information.
No, guess not.
Well, I'll just trust that it's working. I see people coming in on the chat on Twitch and YouTube and stuff, so
Mm-hmm.
I
They'll
will.
let us know if it stops working.
Will they? How do they let us
Yeah.
know?
There's so many ways to let us know.
Yeah, I know. All right. Well, what were you going to say? You were going to say something about.
Well, we've got so many fun things to get into. First,
Yes.
I want to do an update on Chris Shillzilla.
Shillzilla?
Yes.
Shill.
That's,
A shill for sure.
You gotta
not
get
used to-
used to it.
no, yeah, it's like the second time I've heard it. It's got a lot of false endings there.
Yeah.
I like it. It's exciting. So, for those who don't know, Chris Shillzilla, his government name is Chris Cillizza. He's a CNN guy, has a YouTube show for CNN, and I like to keep an eye on him. He's got a lot of interesting things going on. He tweeted today at 8:52 a.m. Gons.
Mm.
2 birds have built a nest in the wreath on our front door.
Ooh.
There are now 5 little blue eggs in the nest. This brings me immeasurable joy.
Wow.
And, at first glance, I immediately thought that he's sending some sort of MK Ultra activation or perhaps some cryptic KGB instructions. But I think he might be talking about us, Gons. 2 birds have built a nest in the wreath on our front door. Of course, that's us, 2 little canaries, built a nest, maybe keeping an eye on them as we do. Because if you imagine a wreath, a circular wreath, and then a nest built in the middle of that, what does that look like?
The UN symbol?
Yes, I was thinking more like an eyeball.
Oh, okay,
like we're
that
watching
too.
him, 2 little birds watching Shillzilla. But I don't know what the 5 little blue eggs means.
I was gonna say,
I'm curious.
I was gonna say, if we are the 2 birds and we produced 5 blue eggs, I don't like the imagery of that.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, what are the 5 little blue eggs? Very mysterious.
I don't know, but it brings him immeasurable joy.
Brings him joy.
So there you go. That's for our code breakers out there. What does the 5 blue eggs mean? What is Chris Cillizza from CNN trying to communicate to Gons, myself, and the rest of the Canarians?
He's a Satanist.
I think that's what he's trying to say.
We don't know that, but
well,
right.
It's good information, I suppose. Well, you keep an eye on that Shillzilla there. You never know what he's gonna.
I know
what he's gonna say. Before we move on, do you want to talk about the potential knighthood special for next episode, or do you want to go through some of these?
Yeah, let's talk about that. Okay, so folks, as you're already aware, we are coming up on episode 333. That is happening on Cinco de Mayo, and according to the Canary Cry calendar, that is official Razzle Dazzle Basil Day.
Yeah.
Razzle dazzle.
That's right. So it is an exciting episode this Wednesday, and we wanted to do something special. On episode 300, we did the Squire drive, where for a producership of 300, you could get a spot at the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames as a Squire. But we're kind of thinking, episode 333 only comes around once in the lifetime of a podcast.
Yes.
And because, of course, tracking 33 updates, 333 stuff, obviously a very special episode for our producers as well. And so we're talking about, and I wanted to open this up because producers, they kind of have a say in this. It's not just us making all the decisions, but we were thinking about making available for one episode only on episode 333 as a thank you to all of the producers and potential producers for making a 333 producership and extending that out to a knighthood or damehood at the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I think
so. Now, it does occur to me, and this is why we are opening up a very, albeit a very slim public comment window. The Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames is a very special elite group of producers of the show. And so, I thought, well, maybe the other Knights and Dames, are they going to be angry that we sort of have this special thing and let some more people into the club? But on the other hand, more Knights and Dames, the better. Like, it only adds value to everybody to have more people sitting at the table. So there you go. I think we want to do this. This is, as of now, the easiest, most wide open the door to knighthood or damehood has ever been, for one episode only. The convergence of so many exciting things on episode 333. If you are a knight or a dame already, and you want to, if you have a big, huge problem with this, and we don't want to do things unfairly, send us an email by the end of this episode. Send us an email and let us know. All things will be considered if there's a strong enough backlash by our knights and dames. But otherwise, there you go, folks. Next episode is your chance for a one-time producership of $333. You can go straight up to knight or damehood. Very exciting.
Yep, and the next time the threes align, it'll be episode 3,333. So
yes, so only about 10 years from now will be the next opportunity for this. So there you go. I thought it was very exciting.
We won't even be counting money in dollars by then. We'll be asking for Satoshis.
Yeah, it'll all be in Bitcoin. Okay, there you go. Any questions from you, Gons?
No, not really. I just hope it doesn't, take
I'm
away
excited
from people's Cinco de Mayo plans too much. You got some money set aside for some tacos that day. You might need to reconsider.
Well, I mean, that's what makes the day so exciting. It's a great convergence. You can eat your tacos while listening to the show, while listening to yourself be knighted or damed on the show. It could be a very exciting time. So there you go. All right, let's move on.
Just wanted to share a couple clips before we get into the Flippy update. This first one here.
Real quick, I do want to. Sorry. Okay. I do want to make clear.
Yes.
This is not. This is a one-time producership of 333, not adding up your past producerships to equal that amount. This is very briefly opening the door to those who knight and damehood may have been inaccessible before.
Right. Yep. Okay. There you go. Cool. Yes, just a couple things to get to before we do the Flippy update. The first one, have you seen this clip here of some protests going on in the UK, I believe?
Lots of protests.
Lots of protests, you're right. This one, I don't know if this is actually UK, but Warsaw, I'm sorry, this is Poland. Downtown Warsaw, Poland.
Okay.
So there's some Catholics defending stuff, and then the a crowd of LGBTQ, I think, came out, and well, I'll just play the clip. So we got bagpipes. Young Catholics defend the family, pro-LGBT activists gather and start barking. Yes, those are not dogs that you hear. Those are the pro-LGBT activists.
Those are not dogs. Those are people.
Those are people.
Young LGBTQ activists. Okay. All right. Okay. I get it. It's annoying. What a conglomeration of annoying sounds.
I'm just a little confused about what the point of barking is.
Maybe they're having a battle of annoying sounds. Who can make the most annoying sound? The bagpipes or tiny dog yapping?
The bagpipes go back, years. It's a part of culture.
Yes.
It's it's an instrument that represents a people group, I don't know. It's it's just strange. I just, it's one of those things I think that exemplifies the kind of societal social engineering mind control that's taking place here. I mean, I'd say pray for these folks who are.
What is it? The battle between the traditional bagpipe and the new up and coming yapping activists. I mean, it is sort of there's a beautiful metaphor there. You've got the droning of tradition and the yapping of young Gen Z and millennial activists.
It kind of reminds me of the story of Nebuchadnezzar, where he thought he was like a beast of the field, and he kind of lost his mind for a while. Mm-hmm. I mean, he came back though, So these folks, you gotta pray for these people. You don't want to just leave them out on the street, Although I would never have them pick up their poop if they did poop on the street.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That's probably coming next.
That's where I draw the line. This other clip here, this one was going viral too. I thought some people were saying this is the hand of God, but I thought this was looked more like Thanos' glove from Marvel. For those of you just listening, it's a cloud. It really does look like a hand. I mean, you got your 5 fingers, including the thumb, and lightning strikes. And I mean, it's a pretty epic piece of footage here.
Very dramatic.
Very dramatic. It feels like some of the audio was added, but I don't know. I mean, you can hear the thunder kind of in the background there.
Yeah, no, it's a gigantic. It's what is it? What is the word? The ratio. It specifically looks like the gauntlet of Thanos there.
Yeah.
Well, wow, it's getting louder and louder, huh? Just cranking it up.
I gotta make it loud enough to crack through the sound gate for the live listeners because I have a sound gate going to block out all the outer noise, and sometimes it doesn't cut through all the time. So
what is this? We got a Project Bluebeam here, some weather modification. The boys at what is it, NORAD, showing off.
Maybe.
Harp.
Yeah, maybe they're watching some Marvel and they're like, it'd be awesome is to create the Thanos's glove gauntlet thing and have lightning shoot out of its fingers.
Real quick, have you updated the list of knights and dames on the website recently?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I thought I did. I could be missing someone. Why is somebody saying that they're not on the list?
Sigra says he doesn't see himself on the list.
I will add Sigra on the list.
Yes, there we go. Okay, sorry about that,
right
Sigra.
now.
You're supposed to be on there. You just didn't get added for some reason. Yeah. Okay, well, I got a quick thing before we get into the Flippy update. Quite the intro to this show.
I see you added this.
I did add this.
Yeah.
And this is the Babylon Bee. And of course, we've been following the Major Biden story, which I'm sticking to it. Something about that dog will become of utmost importance. I don't know how, I don't know when, but that dog will become the center of some issue. He's too violent. The violence is too much. It's almost metaphorical. I was thinking about this, Major Biden biting everybody and causing trouble at the White House. I was kind of thinking there's like a poetic sort of representation with, Joe being the president, but this wild dog he keeps trying to keep around, and he just loves him so much, but it keeps biting the hands that feed it. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what is it? Maybe Major Biden is a metaphor for like the radical left, whereas Joe Biden is trying to keep that moderate, corporate, self-interested Democrat vibe he's had in his whole history, but trying to keep the radical left around, but the radical left keep causing trouble. I don't know. Anyways, that's just something I've been thinking about. But Babylon Bee came out, and I just got to give props to the Babylon Bee. The headline, it's official, new White House cat to be named Chairmain Meow. Move over, Champ and Major. There's a new pet in the Biden family, and he may be the ticket to smoothing over relations with China. The White House has officially announced the arrival of their new cat, Chairmain Meow. Meow has been named.
Oops, wrong jingle. Sorry, this one here.
There it is. Meow has been named after the revolutionary communist leader who founded the People's Republic of China, Chairman Mao. Quote, "We are so excited to welcome Chairman Meow to the family," said a beaming President Biden. Quote, "We got him from Beijing. He already thinks he's in charge of the place. Ha! That rascal, always walking on the keyboard in the Situation Room, sending funny messages. And let me tell you, he smells great. Come here and let me sniff you, little devil," yelled Biden as he chased after the new pet. After a couple of early unfortunate incidents with Major, the Secret Service has been forced to divert a squad to protect Chairman Meow. The assignment has become highly coveted, as it never involves restraining the president from trying to punch a mirror. According to sources, Chairman Meow is already exercising his will over White House staff. He has already sent one caretaker. Critical error. He has already sent one caretaker to the labor camps after he failed to heat up his fancy feast to the proper temperature. When reached for comment, the cat responded by saying meow. So there we go. Good job, Babylon Bee. Satirical websites.
If this is the first time you're viewing or listening to the show, we do talk about real stories. We don't just read entire articles from satire. Real quickly, I have updated the sheet or the page here, canarycryradio.com/knighthood. And there you go. Sir Sigra the Beast, Knight of the Silent Watch, has been added. CCNT episode 297. So thank you for that. And, good. Yeah, our list is growing. Our list of knights is growing, and it can grow more.
More at the table.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right. Well, I say we get into the real meat and get ready for the Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Okay, folks, time for the Flippy update. If you're new to the show, let me explain. Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a proxy conversation to discover all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world and how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, Gons, this is something that we have explored for a few years. So this has been, the development of this has been going on for a few years now, which we'll get to. But I figured it's been enough years that we have enough new listeners that may not have heard those older pieces of analysis. So I'm coming from interestingengineering.com. The headline is "Shape-Shifting Liquid Metal Could Revolutionize Robotics." Shape-shifting metal likely brings to mind images from Terminator 2 or even Avatar: The Last Airbender. But this futuristic-sounding premise is a lot more fact than fiction. From self-healing robots to reconfigurable electronic circuits, the applications of liquid metal are only limited by the imaginations of scientists working with them. Let's take a look at some of the latest revolutions, discoveries, and innovations in this material. 2D morphing metal. In 2017, which we did cover this in 2017, but just for a review, scientists at the University of Sussex and Swansea University invented a way to morph liquid metal into 2D shapes using an electrical charge. Though still in the early stages of development, this team's research could open up new possibilities in soft robotics, smart electronics, computer graphics, and flexible displays. Because the electric fields used to shape the liquid are programmed by a computer, the position and shape of the liquid can be programmed and controlled dynamically. This is a quote, "Liquid metals are an extremely promising class of materials for deformable applications. Their unique properties include voltage-controlled surface tension, high liquid state conductivity, and liquid-solid phase transitions at room temperature." That one is the really interesting one. Liquid solid phase transition at room temperature. You know, it can be liquid and then solid, and then liquid and morph becomes solid. Almost exactly like Terminator 2. That was Professor Sriram Subramanian, head of the Interact Lab at the University of Sussex, in a press release. Carnegie Mellon metal alloy. That same year, research engineers at Carnegie Mellon University created a metal alloy that exists in a liquid state at room temperature and can capacitate liquid metal transistors, flexible circuitry, and perhaps even self-repairing circuits in the far-flung future. Created at the Soft Machines Lab at Carnegie Mellon by researchers Carmel Majidi, Michael Dickey, and James Wisman, this alloy is the result of a combination of indium and gallium. It would only take 2 drops of this liquid metal to form or break a circuit, thereby opening or closing an entry. Similar to a traditional transistor, better yet, it only requires a voltage of 1 to 10 volts, which is highly energy efficient. Now, coming to today, in early 2020, a team of researchers at Tsinghua University in China created a liquid metal material so light it can float on water. The researchers believe it could be used to construct lightweight exoskeletons and shape-shifting robots, as per New Scientist's report. Like the researchers at Carnegie Mellon, those at Tsinghua University used a mixture of gallium and indium for their material to make it float. The team stirred air-filled glass beads of glass into the liquid. Air-filled glass beads of glass. Despite its extremely low density, the liquid metal material, quote, still maintains excellent conformability, electric conductivity, and stiffness variety under temperature regulation, according to the paper published in the journal Advanced Functional Materials. It will likely take some time before we see shape-shifting floating robots or self-repaired circuits in our daily lives, but in a few decades, these innovations could revolutionize how we think about metal. So there you go, Gon. Something we've been following for a while, but a nice little update here. Not only can they shape-shift metal in liquid form, but it's so light it can float on water.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's a good update because one of the stories that really got me interested in looking at Bible prophecy and how it relates to technology and even that conversation about aliens and some of the stuff that is included in all the stuff we talk about, transhumanism, was related to this type of thing. It was actually a story that I reported on in 2011. I feel old saying that. 2011 was the year that I started the blog, the facelikethesun.com blog, which is no longer there. But yes, this is a New Scientist article from September 2011. Lifelike cells are made of metal, and I remember talking about this because it was in the early stages of trying to create metal metal-like cells, or like living cells. And, at the time they were like, hey, it's still early days. We're trying to figure it out, da-da-da-da-da. And, it's just one of those things that was in development. But now I guess it's gotten to a point where it's a little more, viable, I guess, in the last decade. But all of it has to do with something that we read about in the book of Daniel, specifically chapter 2, if you go all the way down to around verse 40 and on. I'll start at 41. And just as you saw that the feet and toes were made partly of fired clay and partly of iron, so this will be a divided kingdom, yet some of the strength of iron will be in it, just as you saw the iron mixed with clay. And as the toes of the feet were partly iron and partly clay, so this kingdom will be partly strong and partly brittle. And 43. As you saw the iron mixed with clay, so the peoples will mix with one another, but will not hold together any more than iron mixes with clay. And I know there's like a more conservative interpretation of this, which is, hey, it's just talking about the kingdom of Rome, and because the statue represents all these different nations, and the toes, it's talking about the breaking up of Rome into these different parts, and there's a weak part and a strong part, and they mix together, but they don't hold. And yeah, I think there's something to that. But also, if you want to look at it, because a lot of these, it's not like a direct one-to-one interpretation. Many have pointed out the idea of mixing iron and clay and this notion of transhumanism, human beings being clay, mixing with iron, metal, and not holding together, which doesn't sound too crazy of an interpretation if you're living in 2021 or back when I was reading this in 2011. So again, it's just one of those things that I think the Word of God has an ability to speak to multiple generations in multiple ways. And for our generation, when we read it, it's like, wow, maybe it was talking about this final generation in the toes of the statue where iron and clay mix. And stories like this with liquid metal is just a part of that conversation. And not only that, but the predictive programming of the T-1000, just to get everybody used to the idea of you can't kill this liquid metal dude. That scene, I saw Terminator 2 way too young, by the way. A family friend gave my dad 2 VHS tapes, and I remember him saying, "You can't watch it yet." I was like, okay, that to me that was like, okay, I'm gonna figure out what the deal is.
Definitely gonna watch this.
So I watched it, the VHS. This is how old I am. And the scene where Arnold shoots his shotgun and like his head, the T-1000, his head, or T-2000, what is it? I can't remember what it was. What's his name?
I think it's the 1000.
The T-1000? Okay. Yeah, his like head.
I don't remember.
His head like splits open and is like explodes, but then he keeps walking. Oh, that gave me nightmares. I was like,
science fiction no more, Gons.
He's not dying. He just forms back
coming to life.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. So
okay,
an interesting. I know it's not a direct Flippy. It's not a robot arm, but we're in trouble when Flippy is a liquid metal that can just grab you by the throat and kind of plop you around.
Shift, scoot under doors, go down the drain. All the things that happened in that movie in Terminator 2. Not too far away, except for float on water. I don't think the T-1000 could float on water.
Yeah.
So actually, real life is even better than the movies, which we've seen with other sort of technology predictions. For instance, with Star Trek, of course, famously predicting so much technology that we have today. But now, they were kind of the first idea of a cell phone in popular culture. But we've moved way past the flip phones of Star Trek. And so shall our liquid metal death robots.
Well, if you read a story from like I think it was like late 1800s or early 1900s called The Machine Speaks, or The Machine Stops, I'm sorry, The Machine Stops. They had some Skype kind of technology back then too. So
yeah, tablets as well.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, let's keep moving.
Let's move. We're gonna do a Waccine update here.
Waccine.
And the main story we'll get to a couple of them, but there's one main one that's kind of the punchline here of today's report on vaccines. But I wanted to share just a few things, a couple clips, a couple images to kind of get into it. First off, I saw this. Did you see this, Basil? This is a tattoo that somebody got.
I saw this one, and I saw a number of other ones.
It's a tattoo of the popular version of the spike protein, the circle with the the little things on the outside.
Yeah, the COVID, the coronavirus.
The coronavirus.
Artist's rendition of the coronavirus.
It's got a ribbon in front of it that says COVID-19, March 23rd, or it says 23 March 21, Pfizer. It's a.
So yes, this he got a tattoo over where he had gotten. His or her, I don't know if it's a male or female, but got a tattoo commemorating the date they got their Pfizer vaccine. Just so proud.
There's a part of me, again, that we've talked about this over and over again, so I don't want to get into that discussion again, but we talked about how the vaccine is not the biblically prophesied mark of the beast, although there are elements that seem to suggest that it's similar. When people are getting tattoos of Pfizer on their arm,
a literal mark,
literal etching, as the word mark translates to. It's kind of like, yeah, okay, all right, I'll give you a few points there because this is
people are in love. They're in love with the vaccine. And Chili over on YouTube says, "Never get a lover's name tattoo." LOL. That's true. Yeah, I've seen quite a few of these things. One of the problems with this particular tattoo is they don't have their batch number, so they can't even use this as proof that they got vaccinated. I saw another one floating around that the guy had his batch number, his the little number that corresponds to the particular batch of vaccine you got, tattooed along with everything else. So, he doesn't have to carry around his vaccination card. Yeah. He can just flex his bicep, and it's got all the information right there.
Yeah, I see Bill Biller in the chat say it's not a vaccine, it's gene therapy, and we've had that conversation too.
Oh yeah, we're not getting into that right now.
I know. I just want to let folks know that we've had these discussions, and we'll just use the term vaccine for as the popular verbiage being used for this technology. Well,
and we were talking before, that happens a lot when we start talking about something. I mean, we've got now 150 episodes recorded and posted over the year and a half now of the pandemic. And whenever somebody, tries to convince us of something we've already covered before, it's a good thing to remember, because that just means they found the show recently. They're a new listener.
Yeah.
They haven't quite, caught up, so that's okay. Sure. Okay, very good. So people are loving this tattoo idea.
I don't know, as long if people start getting it on their foreheads, I'm gonna say that maybe it is the mark.
Yeah, well, that's
I haven't seen anybody get it on their forehead yet. Send us a picture if someone has.
Well, it's interesting. It's to go along with the idea that this sort of like cult-like following of specifically like certain brands, like Pfizer versus Moderna, who's the best? Pfizer, of course, has been on a influencer campaign, paying influencers to create social media content, and who knows, maybe these people got paid to get their Pfizer tattoos. But where was I going with this? Oh, it's cult-like, they've branded themselves much like the recent Nexium cult debacle, where the members were being branded into the cult. That's kind of what's happening with this tattoo thing.
Yeah, we'll just have to pray for these folks. And I guess with the tattoo, it's fairly permanent, but at least you can tattoo over it. You can just turn it into a solid block.
The laser tattoo removal thing is a pretty popular industry now and works fairly well. So just if the science, the long-term science of this vaccine does turn out to be horrendous and horrible, the tattoo removal industry will see a boom.
If not already. I mean, I feel like it's already seeing a boom. One, I guess, positive. You talked about protests going on. This is a clip from Montreal. It's an aerial view, but it looks like, I don't know, tens of thousands of people walking the streets of Montreal protesting over the weekend.
Yeah, this was on Mayday, I believe. The Canadians making themselves seen, making themselves heard. We've got some aerial footage here, somebody flying a helicopter or a drone or something. And tons of people. I have not seen a count. And of course, mainstream media does not like to cover protests against lockdowns, because it goes against the narrative that, normal, good citizens love lockdowns. They love vaccines and lockdowns and support all government things. But Canada, there you go. All those polite Canadians coming out and letting the government know what they think about their lockdown hullabaloo.
Yeah, and Canada especially, known, I don't know if this is true, but known to us Americans anyway as a little soft. That's what I've heard. The Canadians that I've known, they're super nice. They're super polite.
Soft.
I've heard people say they're
cold
soft.
Up there, man. They're all chopping down trees,
Yeah,
fighting beavers.
Yeah, but don't get into a hockey match with them.
Playing hockey? Yeah, no. I don't know who you're listening to. Canadians are a strong people, but like good old Theodore Roosevelt said, speak softly and carry a big stick.
Yeah.
So you've got very polite Canadians with their sharpened hockey sticks into spears, just waiting to be confronted by, some authority figure to tell them to stay in their house.
I'm just trying to trigger people, our friendly producers.
Don't worry, Canada. You gave me Canada Arm 2, the giantest robotic arm that is currently in space. You did your part, and I'm here to defend you. You strong, good-looking people, you Canadians.
Okay, yeah, a lot of oil money up there too. Okay, so yep, keep it up with all the protests. Montreal was not the only place. I believe there were other places around the world that were protesting. But just a reminder that the mainstream news they really they continue to want to scare people who don't have the jab.
So people assume.
This is Klaus. Oh yeah. Well, let's do Klaus first then. This is old footage, but just a reminder of what. A good old friend Klaus said back on July 14th, 2020.
Right. And for those who are new to the show, Klaus Schwab is the creator and leader of the World Economic Forum, the author of the book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution, and the cheerleader for the Great Reset world domination plan that we are currently seeing being played out.
Yep.
So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again in how we are used to normal, in the old fashion. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen. The cut which we have now is much too strong in order not to leave traces.
Cut. The cut. What cut is he talking about? Cutting what?
I don't know. I don't fully understand. Was this him just saying we're not going back to normal?
We're not going back to normal, but he's talking about the cut, which is
play that part again.
Okay.
The cut which we have now is much too strong in order not to leave traces.
So basically, the cut, it's leaving a scar on society is kind of what he's saying. That the cut of the coronavirus is so strong that we can't go back to normal. So
okay,
keeping
we're going
that
to
in
be
mind.
left with a scar from the coronavirus.
Yep. Is it an etching on the right hand or the forehead? We'll have to see. Here's the mainstream media. This is CNN, I believe, live. Scaring people that haven't gotten the jab.
That Dr. Fauci and President Biden have been taking is a societal approach. They're saying there is the light at the end of the tunnel for all of us together. And when we can reduce the level of infection in the community, increase vaccination rates, that's when at some point, hopefully soon, but at some point, we can relax the restrictions. I don't know if that works for many Americans. For many people, it probably does work to say, yes, we're in this together. It's patriotic. We're doing this together. But I think a lot of people are thinking kind of selfishly, thinking what's in it for me. And they're not willing to wait until this elusive herd immunity. If we can tell those individuals who otherwise would not get vaccinated, if we say to them, the moment of freedom for you is when you get vaccinated, when you reach the 2-week mark. These are people who otherwise might not be vaccinated. So let's give them that incentive.
Oh, yeah. So your freedom doesn't start until you get a jab and wait 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's an interesting conversation she's having there, because she's saying, there's people who don't want to wait until this elusive herd immunity. And is this the woman who was saying we need to give better incentives to get the jab? Because, of course, one of the complaints is, if you get your vaccine, you still have to wear a mask. You still can't travel. You got to stay, you're still subject to all the limitations that the government thinks they have the right to put on human beings and children of God. But is this the same woman? is what I'm asking.
I don't know, but she did write a column in the Washington Post, talking about providing more incentives. A lot of people are talking about incentives, including money, including like paying people. Give him $100.
It's interesting. Again, she's saying, you don't get your freedom until you get your vaccination, which is just a sick, wrong thing to say, and indicative of, someone who is a part of a system who thinks they have the right to control the freedoms of people. And it's funny because she's trying to come across as being reasonable and, hey, let's just get the jab, the elusive herd immunity. It's not that elusive. So don't worry, it's going to be fine. But this is very concerning, especially in light of what we've been seeing for the past year.
And Dr. Leanna Wen, W-E-N, was the doctor that was speaking there. She's clearly a Chinese American there. And, another setup, I believe, to suggest that if you're not going to listen to this woman, then you are being a racist. You're being an Asian hater, Yeah,
of course.
So we've kind of been tracking that a little bit, that, anytime there's a authoritative figure, and they're Asian, especially recently, that they're setting up a lot of the country to be labeled as racists and haters and all this kind of stuff.
Well, it's a classic move too. Like, hey, we're so good. We're so generous. We are such a generous master that, just get the jab and we'll let you live your life. But if not, then you're a racist and a white supremacist and a domestic extremist. And we got a special little cell in Gitmo for you.
Yep. We didn't include the story, but did you see some of the headlines in certain parts of the country where FEMA was getting out their vans to get people vaccinated?
No.
Yeah, it's just some small
just
towns.
driving down the road.
Yeah, they were saying
windowless van,
some hard to reach.
Yeah,
they're talking about some hard to reach areas and how FEMA trucks will come give you the jab. It's like, oh wow, okay, we're here now. We're at that point.
That's not like exactly the most terrifying situation that people have been postulating over for not just the last year of COVID, but FEMA and their, squads, their health squads coming for you and all those hard to reach places.
Yeah. And just a quick thing here, more of a headline from BBC. And we've been kind of keeping track of India as well, and the fraud, I would say, of the explosion of the pandemic going after Modi over there. The headline from BBC: India COVID, quote, "Sister help us, doctor help us, you're God," the capital G.
Yeah.
A very religious situation. I didn't include it here in my notes, but somebody sent me footage. And again, it's hard to verify this type of footage, but it was footage of some people in India putting soccer balls inside body bags and setting it all up before the mainstream media can come do their footage of like, oh, look at all these dead bodies from Corona. Yeah. And it was just kind of, camera footage. Low quality.
We've seen this in past disasters.
Yeah.
Of course, there's the infamous crisis actors, but also, early stages of COVID, they were setting up, the hospitals are overrun.
Yeah.
The dead bodies are piling up. And you look at some of the hospital footage, and it's literal mannequins.
Yeah.
in the hospital beds. It's like, well, if you're overrun, why not just have a human there? Why take up a bed with a mannequin?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the nurses can't tell the difference between a mannequin.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of this stuff about the India staging of the photographs.
Right. And it's, again, there's like this religious aspect of like, oh my gosh, you're God.
Yeah,
you are the God.
That is a bit of a cultural thing in Hinduism, with this sort of pantheism aspect of their religion there, that yes, God can be manifested in any person.
Or a cow.
Yeah, sure. Or a cow or whatever, rock. So that doesn't surprise me, but hey, especially with India getting all the attention that it's getting right now. And, I don't know. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I don't know. Maybe you have them in a tab or something, Gons. But the actual deaths per capita in India.
Oh, it's way low.
They're like in 80th place in the world or something.
Yeah, it's very low. Yeah, this is all manufactured. I think it is a move against Modi.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah.
But the religious aspect of it doesn't end there. If you go to Forbes.com over here over the weekend or before the weekend, headline: Science, our COVID-19 savior, and manufacturers key to future vaccine success. So there you go, our COVID-19 savior. I mean, I don't know. Why the religious talk? Why?
Well, because it's the religious people who aren't getting the jab.
But if that's the case, calling the jab a savior is not the way to get. It's not the way to the heart of the.
Certainly not for you or I or our listeners. But these are government workers. They don't really know what they're talking about when it comes to actually knowing what the people want to hear.
I guess they're just out of touch or whatever. Because who follows Jesus in our country is going, the savior, the jab, it's just like our savior Jesus. Okay, I changed my mind. I got it. I get it now.
Who would be the, sort of progressive or deconstructionist or
those people are already fairly on board with the science and the the scientism and the jab and the Faucis and all that. So I don't think they're the people they're trying to convince, but I don't know. Maybe it's because it's in Forbes that it's official, and
I think it's like a neuro-linguistic programming thing. You connect enough religious words to the vaccine. It may not happen if they see it once. It may not happen if they see it 10 times.
Yeah.
But, if you inundate them with connecting religious words to the vaccine for a number of months and they see it hundreds of times, then it's the brainwashing, good old brainwashing technique.
Yeah.
You repeat a lie enough times, it becomes the truth.
Right. And I think in marketing, isn't it like people have to see something at least 7 times before they act on it or something? There's some psychological statistic on that.
Yeah, before it becomes an organic thought in their head or has a chance to.
Yeah. That's why we have 332 episodes, folks. Just listen to 7 and you'll be convinced to produce the show.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we get into the stories here. This first one, you want to do this one? It's real quick.
I don't know. Do you want to do the big one?
Yeah.
You want to do that one? Okay, I'll bring you this one then. Even though you're the one in California, this is coming from Los Angeles Times. Some news for you Californians over there. California's secret weapon in COVID-19 success. We are not skeptical about the vaccine. A number of factors have fueled California's remarkable turnaround from national epicenter of COVID-19 pandemic to having one of the lowest case rates in the U.S. But one weapon in its arsenal has gone largely unnoticed: Californians' general embrace of COVID-19 vaccines. I don't think that has gone largely unnoticed. In fact, I think it might be the most noticeable thing. Federal data indicates only about 11% of Californians are estimated to be vaccine hesitant.
I am the 11%. Put that on my t-shirt.
I wonder what this federal data is, and estimated being a key word there. But okay. A lower rate than all but 4 states: Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, and Hawaii. This relative lack of reluctance has undoubtedly been a boon for the state's inoculation campaign, though at times analysis shows Californians in some of the state's conservative rural areas remain more disinclined to get the shots than their urban-dwelling neighbors. According to estimates from U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which are based on survey data from the U.S. Census Bureau, the 7 California counties pegged as being most dubious towards the COVID-19 vaccines are Yuba, Del Norte, Plumas, Modoc, Siskiyou, Lassen and Kings. None of those are surprising to me. The share of those counties' populations estimated to be vaccine hesitant, meaning they either would probably not or definitely not receive a COVID-19 vaccine when available, ranged from about 14 to 16%. By comparison, the rates in the least hesitant of California's 58 counties, San Francisco, Marin, San Mateo, Santa Clara, Contra Costa, Orange, and Alameda, were between 7 and 9%, federal estimates show. Interesting. Orange County is, they love the vaccine apparently down there, which is notoriously California's, one of at least Southern California's most conservative counties.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm
not surprised. I'm not surprised though, because number one, there's a large Chinese population down here, and just Asian population in general. And number two, I'm still seeing, and maybe this is across the country too, I see people driving with masks, 2 masks sometimes, still every day, every single day. I'm seeing people with masks walking the streets, in their cars, the whole deal. So
yeah, well, California, you can't really get away with not wearing the mask. The social control is extremely high there.
Yeah, although I go into grocery stores and I see people not wearing their masks and no one says anything, you know. That's when I take off my mask.
In FEMA vans?
No, not yet. And that's when I take off mine if I'm in a grocery store. I haven't really had too many issues. So
I'm surprised to hear that. That's good.
I think people just forget, you know. Maybe they're just, I don't know.
They don't have somebody at the front with a box of masks or a sign that says, if you don't have a mask, just ask.
No, for a while, a lot of that was taking place, but now it's weird because the general attitude is that this is all just nonsense. People I run into that I talk to, they're all saying, it's overblown, it's all nonsense. But then everyone's still wearing their masks and stuff. They're all
they're afraid of hate crimes.
It's a melting pot for sure. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe they saw my Asian face and they're like, they short circuited. You know, they're like, you're mad, but you're I don't know what to do. So I'm triggering people.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. Sorry.
That's the end of the article.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh wow. I see a lot more, but it's okay. I don't think it's that. It's not too important. It's just numbers.
Oh, there is more.
It's just numbers.
Between 7 and 9%. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much to necessarily deconstruct here. It's just apparently the estimate, and they say it every time, estimated 11%. Estimated. So, okay. Well, you can estimate all you want. I'm not sure... not sure why it matters that much, but it's just California getting to brag a little bit. You know, they haven't had a whole lot to brag about over the past year.
You know what this is?
What?
Without mentioning it, this is a Newsom prop piece.
Yes, that's what I was going to mention as well.
It's Newsom science, baby!
Out of all the blunders of Newsom this past year, he needed something at the very last second to give him a little boost in his recall election. We'll see what happens. If Newsom gets elected, he can't run. I'm sorry. If he gets recalled, he can't run for governor again, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, who's going to vote for him at that point?
Yeah, I don't know.
He could maybe.
Well, because it only takes 12%.
Maybe he can switch gender identities and come back.
That's what you do. Yeah. He gets recalled, switches gender identities, changes his legal name, and then can run again.
Yeah, he'll be Gina Newsom or something. I don't know.
Okay.
What's a more?
I think you meant Gavina.
Gavina.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. That's a little local update. I again, it's such a melting pot here, and I tend to run into people that are pretty awake about the situation most of the time, but it's still just pockets of people. And a case of kind of like Israel was, like how most people in Israel got the jab, and so they opened up and all this kind of stuff. I feel like California is just kind of following the same tracks there. But the main story that we wanted to bring you here is from salk.edu. And the headline, the novel coronavirus's spike protein plays additional key role in illness.
Yes.
And this one
before you get into it, for those, especially for those new listeners, but just to remind even returning listeners, our conversation last episode regarding the conversations scientists are having about contagious vaccines, also people who are unvaccinated experiencing strange symptoms after spending time with vaccinated people. Again, none of this, you're not going to find any of this in the mainstream, although there are reputable scientists talking about it. Again, I'm not making any claims. Specifically, I don't have any evidence as of this exact moment that I'm speaking. But if you haven't heard, yes, there are some concerns around about turning one's body into a spike protein generating factory indefinitely. And if there may or may not be any shedding that could happen, or what kind of effect that would have on the unvaccinated in the proximity of a vaccinated person. So we are continuing that conversation.
Right. And the article reads, La Jolla. Scientists have known for a while that SARS-CoV-2's distinctive spike protein help the virus infect its host by latching onto healthy cells. Now, a major new study shows that they also play a key role in the disease itself. The paper, published on April 30th, 2021 in Circulation Research, also shows conclusively that COVID-19 is a vascular disease, demonstrating exactly how the SARS-CoV-2 virus damages and attacks the vascular system on a cellular level. The findings help explain COVID-19's wide variety of seemingly unconnected complications and could open the door for new research into more effective therapies. And I was thinking, if you got the jab and you're reading this, you're not happy. You're not happy that they're talking about opening the door for new research and more effective therapies after you get this experimental jab in your arm.
Kind of like how Pfizer is coming out with an at-home 2-pill treatment to cure coronavirus after pushing the vaccines for so long. Real quick, because this salk.edu, just to give some context to what is Salk, and is this just some random blog or some alternative news source? Salk Institute, here's just a little bit of info, and this is on their own website. In 1957, Jonas Salk, developer of the first safe and effective polio vaccine, began his quest to fulfill his second dream: create a collaborative environment where researchers could explore the basic principles of life and contemplate the wider implications of their discoveries for the future of humanity. Gifted with 27 acres overlooking the Pacific Ocean by the city of San Diego in 1960, Salk partnered with architect Louis Kahn to design such a research center. What?
Kahn.
Kahn! He summarized his aesthetic objectives by telling Kahn to create a facility worthy of a visit by Picasso. Yada, 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 with financial support.
Picasso. Ooh.
Yes, must be a pretty trippy place. The major study areas are aging and regenerative medicine, cancer biology, immune system biology, metabolism and diabetes, neuroscience and neurological disorders, and plant biology. Salk research provides a new understanding of potential treatments for a range of diseases, from AIDS and Alzheimer's to cancer and cardiovascular disorders. Discoveries by plant biologists are paving the way to improving the quality and quantity of the world's food supply and addressing critical environmental problems, including global warming. The Institute and goes on and on. So this is a mainstream place. They're working on global warming. The guy created the first polio vaccine. So this is not some weird alternative outlet. This is a respected mainstream research center.
Okay. Very good.
Known for creating vaccines.
Yes.
Or the guy who created them. All right.
Yeah. I'm glad you pointed that out. It's a good thing to know. Let me continue the article here. Quote, a lot of people think of it as a respiratory disease, but it's really a vascular disease, end quote, says assistant researcher Professor Yuri Manor, who is co-senior author of the study. Quote, that could explain why some people have strokes and why some people have issues in other parts of the body. The commonality between them is that they all have vascular underpinnings, end quote. Salk researchers collaborated with scientists at the University of California, San Diego on the paper, including co-first author Jiao Zhang and co-senior author John Shai, among others. While the findings themselves aren't entirely a surprise, the paper provides clear confirmation and a detailed explanation of the mechanisms through which the protein damages vascular cells for the first time. There's been a growing consensus that SARS-CoV-2 affects the vascular system, but exactly how it did so was not understood. Similarly, scientists studying other coronaviruses have long suspected that the spike protein contributed to damaging vascular endothelial cells, but this is the first time the process has been documented. In the new study, the researchers created a pseudovirus that was surrounded by SARS-CoV-2 classic crown of spike proteins, but did not contain any actual virus. Exposure to the pseudovirus resulted in damage to the lungs and arteries of an animal model, proving that the spike protein alone was enough to cause disease.
Oh, jeez.
Tissue samples showed inflammation of endothelial cells lining the pulmonary artery walls. Now, that sentence right there, exposure to the pseudovirus, which is, again, it's a non-virus with the spike proteins.
It's just the spike protein.
It's just the spike proteins,
yeah.
Like an empty, virus where it's not a virus. It's just the spike protein. Resulted in damage to the lungs and arteries of an animal model, proving that the spike protein alone was enough to cause disease. What? The jabs are supposed to create a human factory of spike proteins in the body.
The mRNA goes in, tells your cells to indefinitely create spike proteins. Which,
what am I missing? What am I missing here?
Which teaches your immune system to fight off the spike proteins, but there's no sign that your body will ever stop creating the spike proteins.
Yeah.
And just now, after 130 million people have gotten the vaccine in the United States. Whoopsies! It's the spike protein itself is at least causes some of the COVID symptoms.
Yeah, people are asking for the link. I'll put it in the chat here, but you can always go to canarycrynewstalk.com after the show and look at the show notes, and the links will be there. But
yeah. And also share the show.
Share the show.
If you're just going to post this on Facebook, share the show. Come on now.
Let me continue. The team then replicated this process in the lab, exposing healthy endothelial cells, which line arteries, to the spike protein. They showed that the spike protein damaged the cells by binding ACE2. This binding disrupted ACE2's molecular signaling to mitochondria, organelles that generate energy for cells, causing the mitochondria to become damaged and fragmented. Previous studies have shown a similar effect when cells were exposed to the SARS-CoV-2 virus, but this is the first study to show that the damage occurs when cells are exposed to the spike protein on its own.
Gons,
Yes.
I would suggest real quick to pop this sucker into archive.org.
Why?
Just to save it, because this is one of those situations where once this gets out enough, and people start complaining about the Salk.edu being racist and a terrorist organization, they might take a lot of this back or hide it.
Okay.
So somebody out there archive this.
It looks like it's already archived pretty heavily. Multiple people have archived it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 11 snapshots just yesterday. So
good.
Yeah, it's happening. Previous studies have shown similar effects when cells are exposed to SARS-CoV-2 virus, but this is the first study to show that the damage occurs when cells are exposed to the spike protein on its own. Quote, if you remove the replicating capabilities of the virus, it still has a major damaging effect on the vascular cells, simply by virtue of its ability to bind to the ACE2 receptor, the S protein receptor, now famous thanks to COVID, Manor explains. Quote, further studies with mutant spike proteins will also provide new insight toward the ineffectivity and severity of mutant SARS-CoV-2 viruses. The researchers next hope to take a closer look at the mechanism by which the disrupted ACE2 protein damages mitochondria and causes them to change shape. And it lists a bunch of names of people who were on the study. And here's the important kind of thing hidden at the bottom here. The research was supported by the National Institute of Health. Mm-hmm. That's, you got Fauci there, but also, the three amigos, but two of them mainly. Francis Collins. Yeah, the Vatican scientific guy there. He heads there at the NIH. In addition here, the National Natural Science Foundation of China.
Ah, okay, perfect.
The Shaanxi Natural Science Fund, another Chinese one. The National Key Research and Development Program. I don't know much about that one.
Me neither.
The first affiliated hospital of Jian Jiaotong University and Jiang Jiaotong University itself. So once again, the U.S. and China working together to come up with this research. And again, I'm hoping that Pneumatic, one of our producer,
he's in the chat right now. He's chatting about it.
Okay.
Hold on.
Are we overblowing this? Is this because it just seems to me?
Pneumati is. Hold on. I'm pulling up so I don't have to scroll so much in the main chat. Let's see here.
And while you look for that,
yeah. So first of all, he's saying, imagine that. Now we've got millions of people whose own body is now making the spike protein. He does mention, and he has mentioned this before, but he says mRNA does have a finite lifespan in the body's cells, so it is likely not coding for a long-term spike protein production. I've heard this rebuttal before that, the mRNA in the vaccine, once it passes on the message, then it disappears. Yeah. My real question is, yes, we know the messenger disappears.
Right, the messenger
but that's
dissolves.
That's after the instructions have already been given to create the thing. I have not seen any evidence or convincing evidence that once the body has the instructions to create the spike protein, that it will ever stop. I know the messenger disappears, but does the message disappear? But then, and Pneumati does say, but even having your body make a lot of it all at once after a dose of Vax sounds like a bad outcome. So, so there you go. As usual, and Pneumati trying his best to bring some sanity to our insanity, but that is still the question. So now he says finite lifespan of the mRNA is instructions. Okay. Okay. So there you go. That's Pneumati, who's a 25-year plus microbiologist, who's a producer of the show. I would, if you have a link to something that you could send us, please do that. I would love to read about it.
Yeah, I guess
because I'm having a hard time understanding that once the mRNA disappears, your body just says, "Okay, I'll stop doing the thing I was told to do." I would just like to understand that more. So if you have any sources, and Pneumati, please send them over.
I guess that's an important adjacent piece to this in terms of the longevity after you get the jab, but my concern is that if your body is turning into a spike protein factory, is that itself going to cause damage to lungs and arteries, like it said on the animal model, and then proven in the lab later on that the healthy endothelial cells latch on to the spike protein, and the spike protein damages the cells. I mean, that's problematic in itself, isn't it?
That is problematic in its own self. And I mean, even if the body does stop creating the spike proteins, if that is the case, and I'm not bringing into question what Newmati says, I would just like to understand it a little better. But you still have the establishment insisting on getting booster shots. So
right.
you might as well still have it indefinitely creating if every 6 months you're giving it the instruction again.
Yeah. And this article has an image or I guess a picture of the control and then the actual spike protein, and it doesn't look like what we have been shown through the mainstream media with the ball and the spikes around it. That's not what the spike protein looks like at all.
I don't know. I've seen some claims that they took a picture of it with a electron microscope, but those were dubious claims. But yes, this was an artist's rendition of what coronavirus looks like. What was I going to mention here?
The one that I've seen a lot, it looks like a tree. Have you seen that one? The spike protein?
No, I haven't. But I did want to bring up, just to be fair, because this word models comes up a lot. There's faulty models or computer models used in global warming that weather scientists themselves say, well, our models are just kind of the best we can, but there's a lot we can't work into the models. There's the models with computer models regarding the fact that they were estimating 2 million deaths in America through our models of coronavirus spread. And in this article, they are calling it animal models.
Right.
So, but it's not calling it a computer model. Yeah. So I'm a little confused.
Well, yes.
Are they asking these mice, or like, hey, mice, you're beautiful.
But here's the difference.
Long neck. Tell me.
Here's the difference, though. In the next paragraph, the team then replicated this process in the lab. So, yes, it was a model, but then they actually replicated this whole thing in the lab and confirmed it.
Okay.
Which is my understanding of this. So, yes, it was a model where they found this information with the pseudo virus, but then they tested it and it basically came out.
Actual science.
And that's the thing that's weird is we never hear the team replicated this process in the lab. Right. Like that sentence never appears on like the other models that we often hear about with climate change and all that other stuff. That's usually just Al Gore pitching how we need to I don't know, drink baby blood or something to stay alive.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, look, we're not health professionals. We just read the mainstream science and pick it apart from there. And here you go. The Salk Institute seems to be a pretty highly respected mainstream, pro-vaccine, pro-science, if that's a badge of honor, that type of thing. And they themselves are saying the spike protein in the coronavirus is enough to at least cause a healthy amount of the symptoms that people are
experiencing,
yes, when they test positive. So I don't know. There we go, man. Stay away from vaccinated people until we figure this all out.
You know how people talk about spiking drinks?
Yes.
They spiked the jab.
Got him. Nice one.
Yeah.
You connected the dots.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
Now suck your blood.
Politics.
Your blood.
Okay, folks, time for a little bit of politic talk. Those many bloodsuckers. We're going to start with a wonderful section over here on CNN.com. Their Facts First, which is sort of their fact-checking segment here. The headline is what it's been like fact-checking Joe Biden through the 100 days? It's been very entertaining. It's been fun to see who and who does not fact-check the president on his, not insignificant amount of blatant lies that he's been spouting from his very few appearances as president in his first 100 days there. So let's see what CNN has to say about this. Things have been quieter around here in presidential fact-check land. Not because President Joe Biden is accurate. Not because President Joe Biden is accurate all the time. He certainly isn't. But through his first 100 days in the Oval Office, Biden has given us intermittent false claims rather than the staggering avalanche of daily wrongness we faced from his predecessor.
Daily wrongness. I already like this. Daily wrongness, presidential fact-checking land. Sounds like a theme park.
Daily wrongness sounds like something Trump would say.
Oh, you know what I just thought of? You know how people are making all these virtual lands in, with Decentraland and stuff like that? Somebody should make a CNN land, like a theme park, and they should have presidential fact-checking land as part of it. And go in there and
that'd be fun. Chris Shilzilla Zone.
Shilzilla Zone. Yeah, it's just
But here we go. But through his first 100 days in the Oval Office, Biden was giving us intermittent false claims rather than the staggering avalanche of daily wrongness we faced from his predecessor. So we're about 3 sentences in, and you can already tell what the entire point of this article is about. By CNN's rough count, Biden has made 29 total false claims in his first 100 days, about one every 3.5 days on average. That's not cause for celebration, but I counted 214 false claims from Trump over his own first 100 days in office, more than 2 per day on average, and that was a very slow Trump period compared to what came later. Trump averaged about 8 false claims per day in the full year I tracked as a CNN reporter from August 2019 through July 2020. Trump was a distinctively prolific liar, so it's neither a surprise nor a compliment to note that his successor has been far more accurate than he was. And Biden also just talks much less in public than Trump did, according to data provided by CNN. By FactBase, a website that tracks presidential utterances. Biden said about 28% fewer public words than Trump through April 29th of their respective terms. When Biden does make public remarks, he is much more likely to be reading from a prepared text than the famously freewheeling Trump was. But Biden's prepared texts have been quite factual. Then, of course, there's the Twitter gap. Trump used social media service to deliver off-the-cuff and oft-incurated boasts and attacks.
Oft-inaccurate.
Yeah. Biden prefers to post conventionally presidential messages, a large number of which do not contain checkable claims of any kind. Yeah, sounds smart of his handlers. When Biden has made false claims, he has tended to be ad-libbing rather than reading a text. No kidding. And he has often been ad-libbing about some sort of statistic. At a CNN town hall in February, for example, Biden claimed that the majority of undocumented immigrants in the U.S. are not Hispanic. Experts put the actual figure at 2/3 or more Hispanic. That China has more retired people than working people. It has hundreds of millions more working people than retired people. That community health centers would be sent 1 million COVID-19 vaccine doses a week. The plan was to send 1 million in the initial phase of the program, not every week. And that the $7.25 per hour federal minimum wage would be $20 per hour today if it had been linked to inflation upon its creation. Biden was not even close. The White House said Biden got mixed up with another statistic. Notice how they don't give the facts on the minimum wage fact check there. To just say, oh, he wasn't close. It's different. Don't worry. At a press conference in March, Biden claimed the U.S. was sending back, quote, the vast majority of families who arrived at the southern border. While the U.S. was indeed expelling the majority of all migrants encountered at the border, it was sending back less than half of the families in particular. In a March interview with ABC News, during which Biden got 3 statistics wrong, he claimed all of the tax breaks from his pandemic relief law would go to the bottom 60%. The think tank estimated he was referring to actually said that about 67% of the tax benefits, not all of the benefits, would go to the bottom 60%. Okay. All right. I'm trying to think off the top of my head some other big lies that he's told. But let's keep moving. Biden's false claims have not been limited to numbers. Okay, let's hear it. In late March and early April, Biden weighed in on the hot button issue of the new Georgia elections law. Yes, that was one of them. And he either deceived or didn't have his facts straight. And he either deceived or didn't have his facts straight. Kind of seems like they wanted to say he either was deceived.
He went on deceiving. Deceiving out there.
Deceived. Yes, that is CNN saying, he either was flat out lying or he wasn't. Okay, thank you, CNN. Wrongly suggesting that the law requires polling places to close at 5 p.m. While the new law does reduce voter access in other ways, Biden gave the law's supporters ammunition to argue the law's opponents were being dishonest. In an April speech on another delicate issue, Biden's push for notice how they don't bring up you can't give water to people voting in line, which is also a total misrepresentation of the law, and also a law that exists in most states. Electioneering, that's called. Let's continue. In an April speech on another delicate issue, Biden's push for additional gun control measures, he exaggerated about gun manufacturers' immunity from lawsuits, claiming that the gun industry is the only big industry that can't be sued. While gun manufacturers are shielded from liability over the unlawful use of guns, they can and have been sued for other reasons, such as negligence in their marketing practices. And vaccine manufacturers also have significant liability protections. Okay, good job, CNN. Again, putting it in a friendly way, but at least getting it out there. Biden has sometimes been inaccurate in his attempt to favorably compare himself to Trump. Talking about COVID-19, Biden said in March, quote, "A year ago, we were hit with a virus that was met with silence and spread unchecked. Trump's early rhetoric on the virus was deceptive, but silence is not true." Biden didn't specify that it was the Trump team that supposedly met the virus with silence, but that was his clear suggestion.
Oh, gosh, that is just, ugh.
I know.
Okay, keep going.
It's CNN, CNN trying to do their thing. Biden claimed twice that Trump eliminated the Obama administration's funding for Central America. While annual aid funding for Central America did decline under Trump, and while Trump did temporarily suspend aid in 2019, eliminated is an exaggeration. As the Washington Post and New York Times noted, Biden also exaggerated the extent to which the Trump-era federal government awarded contracts to foreign companies. And Biden has repeatedly claimed that Trump signed a tax law that gave 83% of the benefits to the top 1%. In reality, that 83% figure is a think tank's estimate for what would happen in 2027 if the law's corporate tax cuts remained in place, but its individual tax cuts expired as scheduled after 2025. Between 2018 and 2025, conversely, the think tank estimated that the top 1% would get between 20.5 and 25.3 of the benefits. He wouldn't call the 83% claim flat false.
We wouldn't call
it. I was going to go back there. We wouldn't call the 83% claim flat false. Depending on how Biden has said it, it has been misleading or lacking context. but it's worth noting that there's more to the story than Biden keeps suggesting. It's pretty hilarious when comparing the Trump, fact checks to the Biden fact checks. They basically are saying, without saying it, they're saying, yeah, but Biden's old, so give him a break. He just kind of said it wrong.
Yeah, I was waiting for them to mention China, which they do in this next paragraph.
Yeah. Some of Biden's false claims have been needless exaggerations, which I think you could say about a lot of Trump's false claims as well. Needless exaggerations. Boasting of how well he knows Chinese President Xi Jinping, Biden claimed 3 times in office that he has traveled 17,000 miles or more than 17,000 miles with Xi. As the Washington Post first noted, that number is nowhere close to accurate. Biden could have accurately made the same point by saying he has spent a lot of time with Xi.
That's the bone they pick with China? Not that he mentioned how he's going to definitely go after the human rights violation happening to the Uyghurs, and then 2 weeks later saying, it's cultural differences. Yeah,
it's a cultural difference.
Come on, man.
Who am I to say that genocide is wrong in China?
Yeah.
Before Biden visited wounded members of the military at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in January, he claimed to reporters that as vice president, he had visited the facility every single Christmas. Oh my gosh. In fact, there is evidence that he went on 5 of the 8 Christmases. He couldn't have demonstrated his commitment to the troops just as well by saying that. He could have. Yeah. I'm having a hard time. I'm missing some very tiny things here. Spellings and such. It's embarrassing. I apologize for these reads. In an impassioned flourish at the CNN town hall in February, Biden claimed the U.S. spends almost $9 billion on a tax break, quote, for people who own racehorses. Experts have no idea where Biden got that figure for this tax break, and the White House declined to explain. Oh, that is great. Let me just read that again. It felt good. In an impassioned flourish at the CNN town hall in February, Biden claimed the U.S. spends almost $9 billion on a tax break, quote, for people who own racehorses. Experts have no idea where Biden got that figure for this tax break, and the White House declined to explain.
This, you know what that is? That's to your point that, like, he's old. He sometimes says things, exaggerates. It's kind of like an inconsequential flub.
He just makes up stuff, and a lot of their explanations are like, he didn't need to exaggerate. That. He could have just not.
He gets a pass on all of this. Every single fake news, wrong information. It's just a pass. Like, it's a pass. No big deal.
Yeah. Kat in YouTube says, Basil, it's because CNN admitting Biden is wrong is hard enough to comprehend as it is. And that's exactly the point. Yeah. This is CNN gritting their teeth as they
walking the tightrope.
Yeah, gritting their teeth as they try to admit that Biden is not the perfect angel. Unlike the Trump White House, Biden's team has often appeared receptive to fact-checking. Appeared, yes, good catch. And sometimes have appeared responsive to it. In my first fact check of Biden's presidency in January, I noted Biden was wrong when he told reporters that when he initially announced his goal of 100 million vaccinations in his first 100 days, quote, you all said it's not possible. Biden switched to softer, accurate language in subsequent comments on the subject, saying in March, for example, that his goal was initially considered ambitious. And that, quote, some even suggested it was somewhat audacious. Didn't he do that, though? Didn't he accomplish that?
I thought he did. I thought that was there was another CNN article that was praising him for doing what Trump couldn't with the vaccine delivery.
Yeah, and now keep in mind, we are in the last 3 paragraphs of this CNN article. And
buried info.
What?
I was going to say the buried info sometimes,
Well, so I've seen this specifically with CNN when it comes to Biden, is they will sandwich So they started the article by saying, hey, yeah, we fact-checked Biden, got him 29 times. But Trump, started out that way. Hook the anti-Trumpers, then, give the information in the middle, and then end with, something that's not as, I don't know the word, mean, not as accurate. I don't know. Let's keep going. In April, I pointed out that Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and another Biden administration official had been wrong when they claimed Moody's Analytics expected Biden's infrastructure plan to create 19 million jobs. In reality, Moody's credited the infrastructure plan with about 2.7 million of the 19 million additional jobs it discussed in its forecast. I noted that Biden's own description of the $19 million figure 19 million figure had been technically accurate, but still pretty misleading. And then something interesting happened. When Buttigieg was challenged on television about his inaccurate figure, he acknowledged his error and correctly explained the nuances of Moody's analysis. And Biden and the White House stopped proactively deploying the 19 million figure at all. Even in the narrowly correct form Biden had initially used it. We aren't throwing a party for the Biden team here. It would have been better if the administration hadn't got it wrong in the first place. But after 4 years dealing with a Trump White House that appeared not to care about fact-checking at all, the Biden White House's response was a welcome development. So there's the sandwich. You start out comparing it with Trump, then talk about Biden in the middle, and then end with Pete Buttigieg and Moody's Analytics and the Biden team. And then, of course, in the last sentence, bring it back to Trump. So classic sandwiching there. Takes a little bit of the pressure off of Biden, while technically they can say that they fact-checked him.
Well, good job, CNN. I can picture them gritting their teeth as they type this and publish it.
Yes,
we have to
sound
CNN objective.
We know this was painful for you, but we're proud of you for trying.
Yeah, all right. That's we're so gentle on CNN, you know. I think we're I think we trigger people because
true. In this particular moment, we are ironically trying to give them credit.
Sure, yeah, I know.
They're just the easiest to deconstruct, which is fun because, of course, a lot of good, honest liberals take CNN at their word, and they're just the easiest. That in a media deconstruction class or a media criticism class in college, you could use CNN articles as first day lesson plans in how to break down an article.
It's like a propaganda candy shop. You just go in there and pick anything, and you're gonna find something to deconstruct. Moving on here. There's something else to note about Biden and his big blunder, and that's a report from NPR. North Korea warns U.S. over Biden's, quote, big blunder. And it says here, North Korea warned on Sunday that the United States will face a grave situation if it continues to pursue its, quote, hostile policy toward Pyongyang's nuclear program. The statement, attributed to Kwon Jong-gun, head of the Foreign Ministry's Department of U.S. Affairs, comes as the Biden administration is set to unveil a new strategy to deal with the isolated Asian nation. The statement said President Biden made a, quote, big blunder, and he called North Korea's and Iran's nuclear programs a security threat during a speech during a joint before a joint session of Congress on Wednesday. Biden said he would work with allies to address the threats with, quote, diplomacy and stern deterrence. The statement published on a government news site warned that North Korea could respond with, quote, corresponding measures. On Friday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the administration had completed a, quote, thorough, rigorous, and inclusive policy review of North Korea. She said the administration's goal is aimed at completely denuclearizing the Korean peninsula, something she noted the past four administrations had not achieved. The administration will not focus on achieving a grand bargain or rely on strategic patience, she said. Former President Donald Trump sought to develop a personal relationship with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un with the goal of striking a grand bargain to curb the country's nuclear program. This was a dramatically different approach from that of former President Barack Obama, who believed patient diplomacy would prompt change in Pyongyang. And pop-up. Go away, pop-up, NPR.
Get out of here, pop-up.
North Korea's latest comments indicate its determination to continue its nuclear program. Analysts expect North Korea to test Biden's mettle with provocative actions. It launched 2 short-range ballistic missiles in late March. And so there you go. The saber rattling continues with North Korea there. And, he's going against his own thing about Asians. I guess the whole thing was Asian American, but I don't know. It's just another one of those things you got to keep in mind over his foreign policy dealings, because obviously Biden is not in charge of it. He doesn't have his own ideas on how to deal with something like a North Korea. There's a lot of
I mean, can you summarize that for me? Sorry, I was doing something on our docs here, but it sounds like he's just, what, is he trying to act strong?
Yeah, I mean, he's just basically saying that, he's going to try to end the nuclear program. Of course, North Korea's nuclear program, that doesn't go well with them, so, they're going to fire off some missiles probably to scare the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because North Korea was one of the main campaign points about or from the Biden campaign about how, oh my gosh, did you see Trump actually went and talked to them? And, was just best buddy. He loves dictators, doesn't he? And then after Trump did that, we had a great time with North Korea. We were just hanging out, talking about missiles and stuff, but it was fairly quiet. But as we saw with many of especially countries in that area of the world, the second Biden came in office, they're like, oh, we know this old softy. And they all started up their shenanigans again.
Yeah. Yeah. And in the paradigm of foreign policy, or not even the paradigm, like the bubble of foreign policy, because obviously all of this is staging. I don't think North Korea would necessarily try to pull anything off, and if they did, that the place would just go. The U.S. or whoever else has nuclear weapons aimed at them would destroy them, basically.
Well, it's interesting because North Korea, especially and I'm talking about how it's presented to the American public.
Right. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at here is having this conversation in the context of the political, realm, because we know the world's a stage and all that kind of stuff. We don't need to reiterate that point, but go on.
It's often used as a distraction from China, because it's kind of in the same place, and you can always go to nuclear bombs. Oh, North Korea, they're doing nuclear missiles. Who cares about some chip factory in China that's, creating spy chips and putting it in all of our computers because North Korea, they're getting nuclear bombs. Yeah. When in reality, North Korea is such a minuscule, even simply on a military threat level, North Korea is fairly minuscule compared to military threats from China.
Yeah. Well, speaking of China.
Welcome to Chinese Show!
This is a website called bitterwinter.org. It's probably not the most, mainstream source.
Okay.
But I thought I would include it because it's interesting here. The headline is Xi Jinping, quote, Marxism is winning the global ideological war, end quote. Did you know he said that?
Who said that? Xi Jinping?
Yeah.
Sounds like something he'd say.
Mm-hmm. It says here, on April 28th, 2021, the daily newspaper of the Chinese Communist Party, the People's Daily, introduced to its readers the recently published book, Questions and answers on the study of Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. It's a very long title. Published by the Central Propaganda Department of the CCP. It is yet another book whose study becomes mandatory for party members, government employees, teachers, university students, and many other Chinese. What is interesting in the book for international readers is the strong emphasis on a vision of the world that remains firmly rooted in classical Marxism. While China often accuses the United States of promoting a new Cold War, in fact, the book is filled with Cold War language. The world, the book says, is an arena for the, quote, competition of two ideologies and two social systems, Marxist communism and bourgeoisie democratic ideology and capitalism.
Ooh, the bourgeoisie.
The, quote, laws of human social development revealed by Marxism predicted as much. History, Xi Jinping assures us, should be interpreted through, quote, the fundamental point of view of historical materialism. The historical, quote, truth should be determined by applying Marxist tools. In fact, quote, Marxism himself is the truth, a truth that's scientific, popular, practical, and open, and its brilliance as truth is constantly manifested in its continuous development through times and practice, end quote. In fact, Xi Jinping explains when the CCP uses the word truth, quote, this truth refers to the truth of contemporary Marxism and the law of social and historical development as formulated by Marx. Marx believed that the ultimate outcome of the epic struggle between communism and bourgeoisie democracy was not in doubt. Communism will win. Yet, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, many doubted. Some lost faith and suspected that Marx might, after all, have been wrong. Happily, Xi Jinping assures us China reversed this narrative, and this, quote, miracle is happening right now, with the whole world looking in astonishment. COVID-19 offered the final evidence that Marxism is winning. Quote, China's epidemic prevention and control, the book insists, has achieved major strategic results, and among the major economies in the world, only China was able to achieve these results. The economy is growing, and it has delivered an answer to the crisis that pleased the Chinese people, attracted worldwide attention, and will be recorded in the annals of history. End quote. You know, that kind of sounds like, for some reason, maybe it's a translation or something. It sounds kind of Trumpish, you know? There's like a myopic view of your own country and nationalism. I don't know. I know there are different ideologies. I get that, but there's something to be said about that. China is now at, quote, the center of the world stage, and the leading non-communist countries are being pushed to the side. This, quote, demonstrates the vigorous vitality of scientific socialism with irrefutable facts, end quote. As a result of Xi Jinping's dual victory against COVID-19 and the economic crisis, quote, the number of people in the world who look at Marxism and socialism as solutions and believe in them is constantly increasing. The historical evolution and competition in the world between two ideologies and two social systems is being solved in favor of Marx. The conclusion cannot be avoided. The book concludes that, quote, the CCP is invincible. No force can stop the progress of the Communist Party of China, end quote, towards the global victory of Marxism. And those who stubbornly deny that Xi Jinping and the CCP are communist and Marxist will continue to play the role of useful idiots in this struggle. So, again, not the most mainstream outlet here, but I don't know how we can get any information about a book that was written in China and handed out to the Chinese people if it wasn't for a website like this. And assuming that it's accurate, no surprises really. But it's just something to point out that there's a lot of rhetoric that, again, I use the word myopic because it's just so like pro your own party. There's a nationalistic bent to this, and it's almost like getting people to really buy in, this kind of propaganda within their own borders there in China. So interesting to point out, and of course they're going to think that they got Biden in office in America. They're for sure thinking, "Oh man, we did it." China.
We did it. We won.
The CCP are giving each other high fives. Like, we got the old man in the office. We got the camel toe ready to go in the back there. And Yeah.
You know, you're right. This is a pretty impactful, whether or not it's true, which of course much of it is just Chinese CCP propaganda trying to make, praise to the party there. But yeah, when the election of Biden is seen as a victory to the CCP, it makes it pretty questionable. But you're right. It is kind of lucky that we're able to find this publication that is for, mandatory distribution amongst party members in China, because it not only is it an interesting look into how they are framing the worldview for Chinese citizens. But, there's also something to be said about the parallel between, the whole conversation around American exceptionalism. I would say the difference is, for better or for worse, the subtle complexities, both pro and con, of American exceptionalism ideology. We don't consider everything that happens in the world as a win for America. Yeah. And that's a little bit different, That's kind of the beauty of the continuous embattled nature of American political ideology. It's not just, everything that happens means we're the best. At least there's some conversation going on about the ups and downs of different world events. And, I don't know, according to the CCP, that's a weakness. But I think it's part of what makes America I would say, stronger in a long-term sense, or at least better to live in.
Imagine... Well, it doesn't matter if it's Biden or Trump, but I'm going to use Trump in this example. If Trump handed out a book that everyone has to read, to agree, or to have a job in government or in education or whatever, and I don't know, and he was people called him Hitler and stuff, it's
right?
It's like who's worse here? But again, it's just one of those interesting things because it's a battle of ideologies, and I would say the propaganda infiltration into our institutions in America has worked beautifully in the last 30, 40 years. And it all came to a head. And this is why Trump was able to get elected in the first place, was he was calling this stuff out. And was he able to take it down? I don't know. I don't think so. He probably did some damage. He probably did some damage, some in terms of the Chinese agenda in America. But I also think in the stage of politics, that was one big reason why we had the Corona thing pop out anyway, was they needed a lot of polarization, and it's a good reason to bust out a pandemic that shuts down the entire world economy. Great excuse. Great excuse. So
well, why don't you hit that Chinese news again and a 33 update?
Welcome to Chinese News!
33 is the number of completion of the Great War.
Going to combine here Chinese news and a 33 update. And this is coming from ZDNet.com. The headline is China calls out 33 apps for collecting more user data than deemed necessary.
Oh, they what?
Look,
collecting,
look
but they're they're collecting too much. They're calling out companies that collect too much data, unnecessary.
Specifically, 33 of them gone. So you've got a nice little signaling number there. Yeah. Let's see what they have to say.
Published on May 1st, by the way.
Yes, on Mayday.
A layer, yeah.
Yes, so there's many layers of elite messaging going on here. China has called out 33 mobile apps for collecting more user data than it deemed necessary to offer their service. These companies, which include Baidu and Tencent Holdings, have been given less than a fortnight to plug the gaps. A little hidden joke here, again, with just a breakdown. Tencent Holdings is an app developer that creates some very popular games in the U.S. I might want to check here real quick. Tencent, I believe, creates a number of games. I want to say they're involved in a game called PUBG. And I'm not going to go through explaining this whole joke, but the fact that they're referencing PUBG and they use the word Fortnite in the same sentence. Just a little shout out to Canary Cry gamers out there. A little connection for you. The Cyberspace Administration of China, CAC, said in a brief statement Saturday that these apps had breached local regulations primarily for capturing personal data that were not relevant to their service, citing complaints from the public. The government agencies said operators of the apps were found to have infringed the rules after authorities assessed several popular apps, including map navigation apps. These apps also gathered personal information without consent from their users, according to CAC. Amongst the list of 33 were apps from Sogu, Baidu, Tencent, QQ, and Zhejiang Jianjin Technology. These operators now had 10 working days to rectify the issue, failing which they would be subject to penalties laid out by the regulations, CAC said. The government agency in March released regulations that prohibited mobile app developers from refusing to offer basic services to customers who did not want to provide personal data that were unnecessary for the provision of such services. It said the legislation would provide greater clarity on the types of data deemed as necessary for commonly used apps, including ride-hailing, instant messaging, online retail, and map navigation. For instance, ride-hailing apps would need to access the user's phone number, payment, and details and location, CAC said. Excuse me for 1 second.
What do you got?
Sorry. Yeah, I just had, you have something hanging out in your nose you got to get rid of, but you don't want to make a gross noise.
Okay.
Okay. It added that the new regulations were needed as mobile apps grew increasingly popular and the collection of a wide range of personal data became prevalent. It noted that several apps sought personal information by bundling their services and prevented customers from using basic functions if they refused to authorize the use of their data. The legislation would regulate these operators' access to data and safeguard consumers' personal information, said CAC. The Chinese government in recent months had ramped up efforts to crack down on tech monopolies and their increasing influence and safeguard consumers' rights on digital platforms. E-commerce giant Alibaba Group last month was hit with a record 18.2 billion yuan, that's $2.77 billion, fine for breaching China's antitrust regulations and abusing its market dominance. The country's state administration for market regulation said Alibaba had been abusing its strong market position since 2015 to prevent merchants from using other online e-commerce platforms. Such practices impacted the free movement of goods and services, infringing on a merchant's business interests, and were in breach of local anti-monopoly laws, the government agency said. So this is a very interesting development. I know, China monopoly laws might not be the most interesting thing right off the bat. But, of course, just to reiterate, we've got the 33 messaging number put in there. And for those who might be new to the show, we point out these 33 things because there's a lot of them and they are always connected to very specific trends. They're put into stories connected to trends that are of particular relevance, and the theory behind this, and I'd say it's a pretty tested theory, is that it's used as messaging for elites, which means, whatever's written here, there's another layer of something going on. So just wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Now, we don't claim to know exactly what that messaging is or says. And I think anybody who claims to know exactly what a 33 messaging number means is, I don't know, not saying it's malevolent, but I would question how exactly they would know the exact interpretation of an Illuminati messaging number.
Well,
Yes.
I'll share this.
Okay.
And I was kind of digging around yesterday. There's a group called the Tiandihui, the Heaven and Earth Society, also called Hongmen. The Vast Family is a Chinese fraternal organization and historically a secretive folk religious sect in the vein of the Ming loyalist White Lotus sect, the Tiandihui Ancestral Organization. It's also synonymous with the triads or parts of the triads.
Right.
And it says here that I had a part highlighted and it went away. What happened to the highlighted part here? Oh no. Hold on. Where did it go? Hold on, I'll find it. Here we go. Real quick. Oh, here it is. During the late 19th century, branches of the Hongmen were formed by Chinese communities overseas, notably the United States, Canada, and Australia, where they are nowadays known as Chinese Freemasons. So there you go. These
exactly.
Organizations exist in U.S., Canada, Australia.
Yeah, it's the Chinese arm of the Freemasons, and I'm sure they have similar connections with the historical Illuminati. But yes, again, we don't claim to have working knowledge of the organization of these groups, but they certainly work on the same messaging numbers. So, and this is interesting, particularly because this goes against everything we know, and not just us, but also Chinese experts in Chinese policy. This anti-monopoly thing is, cracking down on monopolies is really goes against how China loves to operate and has been operating for quite a while, which is, big companies they get big in China because of the support of the CCP. So a monopoly you can't do big business in China without the blessing of the CCP. In fact, most corporate headquarters, including of all these companies here, most corporate headquarters have a special office, the CCP party office. So it's kind of like an HR department. You have your HR department, you have your accounting department, and you have your CCP department, which is staffed by officers from the Chinese Communist Party. And so they have sort of a direct input into your decision making. They have a direct line of not only communication, but of information gathering. So every single one of these companies only was allowed to get that big because of cooperation with the party, and also at a lot of times from specific instruction from the party. And so this whole thing, punishing companies for being monopolies, is pretty. I could imagine this be really infuriating to these companies, because they just take orders from the party anyways, and that's where they get where they are. And now the party is breaking them down. So this is a very specific move. It looks like sort of a righteous war on behalf of the consumers. But the messaging number 33 and the fact that it goes against everything we know about how China big business operates, this is some sort of virtue signaling or restructuring, because I think it's because maybe Trump shook things up so much with the sanctions and the combativeness. And maybe they're just trying to, I don't know, restructure the whole corporate landscape, possibly to circumvent some of the issues that Trump created, or maybe Biden's little sanctions. I mean, he hasn't done anything very exciting. But whatever it is, this is a purposeful restructuring and messaging toward and from the corporate landscape of China, which means something is afoot. I don't know what it is, but it's considering how confident they are that Marxism won, I can't imagine that this is good news.
Yeah, I get the feeling that this is more of a Could be, and this is just speculation on my part, admittedly. But
Mhm.
maybe they're going, hey, we collect all the data on the people. You guys need
Yes.
to either back off because we want to monopolize the data, or if you're gonna do this, make sure it feeds to us exclusively up here at the CCP headquarters, and you guys can't make your own decisions on what to do with personal data like that. So it could be one of those.
Yeah,
It
I
could be one of
think
those
you're
things.
right. I think you're right. Now, I think that the data was already being captured by the CCP, but this is let me try to paint a picture and see if this makes sense as well. I think that they are cutting back on all these companies that they've been propping up and benefiting from to make room for something new. There's and so they can get points, you know, with the citizens of China, like, oh, good, look, the government, they're cutting back on all this corruption and data gathering.
The other aspect of it
pruning. It's more pruning to make way for either the government specifically to come out with some companies or products, or somebody's got something in the pipeline that needed a little space
you know what I think? You know what I think this is? I think this has to do with the digital yuan.
Yeah. No. That fits perfectly. I think you're
There's
right.
a headline here from InsideBitcoins.com. China partners with Alibaba's Ant to push digital yuan amid regulatory issues. Ant and Tencent to help in development of digital yuan. So,
that's so interesting.
You know what? They're probably just changing the infrastructure, and why not get some good press from the people? Not just in China, but from around the world of like, hey, look, we're monitoring, we're not allowing this big corporate tech kind of takeover thing here. We're pulling it back. Meanwhile, they're going to roll out the CBDC. That's a central bank digital currency where they can track every penny, or I guess every yuan that they use. And, a point to really think about here, because people have talked about like, hey, Bitcoin is just as bad, you can track it and all this. The difference with like a Bitcoin and with a digital yuan is that, yes, you can track Bitcoin, especially if you dox your public key or your wallet, like, hey, I run this wallet. The difference is with China, the CCP can not only track you, but they can literally take the money away from you. They can say, oh, we don't like what you did here with your social media post, so we're going to pull back the money. You have no money anymore, which is different from Bitcoin. There's no central authority that can say, oh, you can't use this money anymore and pull it back. That's the big difference. I know it's nuanced, and I know it's, people always have discussions about everything digital is bad and all this. But those are really important differences when it comes to the talk about digital yuan, the talk about Bitcoin and digital currencies in general. But yeah, I think maybe
that explanation definitely fills some gaps.
Yes.
No, that's very interesting. Yeah, and with there's been increasing amounts of American companies either being sanctioned out of Chinese economy or choosing to bring manufacturing infrastructure to the United States. Sometimes that's at the pressure of the U.S. government, because we ran into all those problems with, mask manufacturing. We're currently in a big debacle with chip manufacturing. All the chips are made in China.
Right. Yeah, it could be just a way to appease the American public. It's propaganda for Americans.
Right. So you've got all this American business getting pulled out, and it's funny because this anti-monopoly thing is so not Chinese. Like ideologically, it does not fit with their MO. What it does fit with is the American MO, and so, like I said, could be simply a virtue signaling exercise to gain some goodwill with the Americans. Throw the 33 messaging number in there so they know we're all part of the same club here, and take it from there.
All right, well, let's take a break and stick around though, because we got some good stories after the break.
That's right.
Klaus Schwab clip, especially if you speak French. We welcome you to stick around and help us. We have a Neuralink story. We have a NASA simulation story, just to trigger all you flat earthers, and space-believing folk. I thought that story was really interesting. Story from PHARMAKIA.
Space-believing folk. Such a great social justice way to put it.
I know. We have a PHARMAKIA update and also an artificial intelligence update, so stick around.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, time to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because you heard Gons gave the great breakdown of the second half of the show. You're not going to want to miss it. But before that, we want to thank some of our producers. That's right. I said producers. Because we are on the value for value model, folks. You may have noticed no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no nuclear vitamin enhancements, testosterone increasing supplements, nothing like that. Nope. We are entirely funded by producers of the show. That's right. How do you become a producer, you might ask? Well, producers are not just people who have given their time, talent, or their treasure to the show, but they're people who have decided to stand firmly against the tidal wave of the advertising industry that has for so long dominated not just American culture, but global culture and economy. And not just the economy, but the mindscape of citizens all over the globe, or the pancake, or wherever, the donut earth, who knows? But, advertising, think of all the worst big evil companies. Who are they? We're talking Google, we're talking Facebook. 99% of all those guys' profits come from advertising. So why would we want to be in the same business as Facebook and Google? In fact, advertising is responsible for all the big cyber evils of the world: data, big data collection, privacy concerns, international geopolitical data transfer industries. All of that is driven by the advertising industry. And what is the advertising industry? It's collecting your data, building a model of you, selling that model to other companies so that they can use the most effective brainwashing techniques on you over and over and over again, sometimes without you even realizing it, in order to control your spending, but not just your spending, but your worldview. The Hegelian dialectic, creating a problem and then selling you the solution to it. It's all wrapped up, baby, and it's a big evil system, which is why we are committed to the value for value system, which, some would say is a far more biblical system than, those other nasty ways of making things happen on this earth, whatever shape it may be. But our producers are people who have decided that they are going to raise a fist in solidarity and join the revolution against the advertising industry, which commoditizes you and your energy and your time and your attention, and tries to convince creators like Gons and I that we should package all that up, put it on a truck, and sell it to a company for our own personal gain. And we just decided we're not going to participate. It's as simple as that. We're not going to participate. And we invite you to not participate in that as well. Instead, the value for value system, which is we create value. We do it 3 times a week. We're doing like 10 hours a week, folks, of just broadcasting. That's not even counting the lead up or the cool down. But if you find what we do to be valuable in any way, you are invited to become a producer, and you can do that. It's very simply, all you do is think to yourself, how valuable is this to me? Do I get anything out of what Basil and Guns do? And if you do, you can go ahead and put some value back in. And that's the only way that it works. It just stops working. If producers don't produce, production doesn't get productioned. So we want to thank some of our producers now of
Basil,
this episode. Yes.
Before we go on, I have some breaking news. We don't have to discuss it.
Okay.
But it's very, very sad news.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Bill and Melinda Gates are ending their marriage.
What?
Bill and Melinda Gates are ending their marriage after 27 years, the pair announced in a statement on their verified Twitter account. It's over, folks.
What?
Melinda is running off with half the cash.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
They don't spill the beans on their Twitter account.
It says after a
marital life.
After a great deal of thought and a lot of work on our relationship, we have made the decision to end our marriage. And it goes into some blah, blah, blah. We've raised 3 children and built a foundation that works all over the world to enable all people to lead healthy, productive lives. We continue to share a belief in that mission and will continue our work at the foundation, but we no longer believe we can growth together as a couple in this next phase of our lives.
We also cannot proofread our tweets together.
Apparently. There you go. It's
wow.
Another marriage ended.
So many possibilities running through my mind right now.
I know. I'm picturing Melinda Gates hearing Bill talk about jabbing genetically modified needles into children's arms. You know, hearing our jingle, listening to our show.
Finally realizes that he's a fraud and a monster. Or perhaps Melinda wanted to up the stakes a little bit and speed up the depopulation agenda.
Oh, they disagreed.
They had disagreements on the strategy. I don't know.
Oh,
Who knows?
yeah.
I'm kind of thinking maybe more than anything, it's some sort of tax fraud.
It's a financial thing. Yeah. To get off. She's splitting off, or he's leaving. You know, he's splitting off either way before some big financial hits come. That's possible. Yeah.
Lucky over on YouTube says he's got to be heartbroken. I bet Bill is too. Come on, that's just mean.
Hey.
Mean,
okay, sorry.
Lucky.
I just needed to bring that up before.
That was good. That's big news.
Big news.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, well we'll see how that develops. If anybody's got any theories, feel free to.
This is going to split the truth community. You know, some people are going to be all pro Bill all of a sudden. They're going to be like,
maybe
what happened?
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the plan.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
Okay. Well, there you go. And anyways, that's why you stick around for the break, folks.
Yes.
You don't want to leave just because we start talking about producers. All right, these are the new producers, new and upgrading or returning producers for episode 332 of Canary Cry News Talk. And there's a couple of ways to do that. The first way is to head on over to patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk. That's patreon.com/CCNT. And we got a couple of producers over there. Let me reload the page, see if anybody new is coming in. No, I don't think so. Okay. So first of all, I want to thank an upgrading producer, and that is producer Egorius. Thank you very much.
Thank you, producer Egorius.
Yeah, producer Egorius. He became a producer recently while sitting in the, was it Sweden?
Switzerland, I believe. Basel
Airport. Oh, right. He was in the airport. I was listening to the show, became a producer right there in the airport. And Egorius has upgraded to the fanny pack full of sevens, baby. 77 over there. Thank you very much. Next, we have producer Joe O, also upgraded his producership.
Is that Joe Osteen?
Joe Osteen.
I guess it's Joel.
I like how it's Joe Osteen.
Yeah,
that's his big secret. What is it?
His burner account. Yeah.
Yeah. They'll never get.
I'm not Joel Osteen. This is Joe Osteen.
Joe. No, I'm sure you're way cooler than Joel. Joe O. So thank you very much to both Egorius and Joe O for upgrading their producership. Next, we have we have another Patreon account. Now, you are listening to Canary Cry News Talk. We have another interview-style show called Canary Cry Radio. You are welcome to support either of those Patreons. If you haven't listened to Canary Cry Radio proper, we invite you to do that. Just search Canary Cry Radio on your podcast player there. And we've been doing that show since 2012. We slowed down a little bit this last year, admittedly, to the chagrin of many, but it's not dead. Don't worry, folks. Stay subscribed. But there's plenty of episodes to go.
We just had someone in the chat, Soforseen, Wait, the gates have just split. Does that mean Hades is open? Any news on CERN?
The portal is open.
The portal gates have split open. That's good. Okay, sorry.
Okay, where was I? Anyways, go listen to Canary Cry Radio. But we have a few producers who came in on patreon.com/Canary Cry Radio. And I want to thank new producer Don S.
Thank you, Don S.
Coming in with the 316, John 316 producership.
All right.
Next, we have producer God-Fearin7. It's spelled funny, but thank you very much, God-Fearin7, for coming in. Then we have producer Simon H.
Hey, thank you, Simon H. Thank you, God-Fearin7. And it's hard to say that one. But
yeah, they came in. It's hard to say because it's spelled kind of funny.
Yeah,
we appreciate that. They came in during the show, so good job. Okay, now Patreon is not the only way to become a producer. In fact, a lot of people don't like Patreon. That's okay. That's why we created CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right. CanaryCryRadio.com/support is a great place to learn more about the value for value model. That you can produce the show with cryptocurrency. There's also PayPal options there. You can come in if you want to become a sustaining monthly producer. That is a great way to lay down a firm foundation for the show every month. We appreciate so much all of our recurring producers. But if commitment is not your thing, you can also make a one-time producership in any amount. Gons, who do we have coming in on the PayPal?
On PayPal, we have, first off, we do want to thank all of our recurring producers. We appreciate that. Again, we don't always call your names out, but we are very grateful for you. First up, we have Tristan H.
Thank you very much. Producer Tristan H. coming in with another show number producership, $3.32 for episode 332.
Yes. Very consistent. Next up, we have producer Eric C.
Thank you very much. Producer Eric C. also coming in with the 332.
Yep. Thank you, Eric. Next up, we have producer Kimberly W.
Woo! Kimberly W. came in with $9.84. Why is that, Gons?
Well, there's a note here, and I feel like I'm going to mess up these words, but I'm going to try.
I'll try.
Oh, you want to try? Okay.
I gave it a read before, so maybe not a hot read, but a lukewarm read. Let's see how this goes. In honor of the ongoing eruption of Geldingadlir. Adelier. 45 days and counting. I decided on the date of the first church in Iceland being built, as far as we know, which was built by former Viking. Ooh.
Porvarar Spak Burvarsson.
Porvarar Spak Burvarsson in 984 AD. Okay, well, thank you very much for that piece of history there, Kimberly W. I was unaware that there was a volcano going off over there.
Yeah, I feel like there's
for 45 days.
It feels like there's always one in Iceland. And actually, in college, I dated someone from Iceland, and I learned that the word geyser is, I think, the only Icelandic word that is in the English vernacular.
Oh, that is interesting.
English verbiage.
Okay.
So, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Kimberly W. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for the interesting note there. All the men have son in their last name, and all the women have dottir in their last name in Iceland because they're daughters and sons.
Name?
Yeah.
So a male and a female of the same family will have different last names?
I don't know. You put me on the spot. I just remember like this name here, Bodvarsson. It means like son of Bodvar.
Huh.
Yeah. Or if it's Bodvar Dottir, it's daughter of Bodvars. I think, I don't know. Maybe Kimberly W. can correct us. That's my limited knowledge of Iceland. I always wanted to visit. Beautiful country there. Okay, next up we have producer Ciara F. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Although Ciara deserves the ding too.
Speaking of the ding and the gong, thank you very much, producer Ciara, coming in with a pocket full of sevens, $7.77, and says, "Happy birthday." Happy birthday to Marius on 5/1. Ooh, Mayday. Manoj on 5/3. That's today. And my fellow Samaritans from Canary Cry community. May the 4th be with you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we got a couple of birthdays over there at the Canary Cry community. Do you want to hit the happy birthday thing?
It's my birthday. It's my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
There you go. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday
to Marius and Manoj.
And I don't know if this person's telling the truth. Assuming that they are, Overcome the Madness in the Twitch chat also birthday. So
okay.
Happy birthday to there too.
There
Lots
you go.
of birthdays here.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that, producer CRF. Next up, we have producer Shield Labs.
Thank you very much, producer Shield Labs.
Yep. Consistently consistent.
I knew he was going to say it.
Next up, we have producer Ismail S.
Thank you very much, Ismail S. coming in with the Illuminati Handler producership, $33, and sends a message and says, "God bless." Thank you very much.
Thank
Ismail.
you. And last but not least, out of the PayPal producers, we have Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes.
Thank you very much, Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes, coming in with $33.33. Double Illuminati Handler.
I know. We're getting pulled in two different directions.
I know. Hope they're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Just
not like
here.
Bill and Belinda, or I'm sorry, Melinda. Yeah. Okay. Other ways you can produce the show is with your time or your talent, and of course with time, we have people that do timestamps like Jade Bouncerson and Christine. Thank you for your ongoing support in giving up your time and contributing to the timestamps for especially the YouTube videos. Next up, we have some people to thank, producers to highlight for jingles. And you know what I don't have? I don't have a jingle for the jingles. Which
no jingle.
Yeah, maybe it's a thing that somebody can put together, a jingle for a jingle. And the first jingle we have here was made by Marty B. Marty B is the musician who has put together the famous closing track for the show, People Zoo, amongst others, Guns, and also the Typo jingle. And he created a alley art bumper song. Would you like to hear it?
I would love to hear it.
One art please, another one from Alley now, here it is.
This guy's a pro, man.
Allie has her own jingle now. Allie the artist.
One art please, another one from Allie now, here it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
And we
I love it.
We got the approval from Allie there, so this is happening.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep. So thank you for that, Marty B. It's an excellent contribution there. And yeah, keep it up. I love the production value. Everything's great coming from Marty B over there. And
he's got a firm understanding of the jingle concept.
Yes.
You know, short, it's catchy, it's poppy, and gets the point across.
Yep. And not to be outdone, though, we got one from producer David K. So thank you, David K. We appreciate your contributions as he put together Get Cat Out of Here jingle ISO. And he has a note here, Basil and Gon, so glad you liked the Pracketon Richcraft ISO jingle. Here's one. Get that cat out of here for when Basil's cats are interrupting his operations. So here it is. Get that cat out of here. Or get cat, what is it called? Get that cat out of here.
Get that cat out of here. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Nice, punchy, short, sweet. Very good.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, when the cats begin their roughhousing, that's a great jingle.
I'll just play this. Oh.
Get that cat out of here. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he says, by the way, now I have my wifey watching/listening to the show with me. So, hey, how's it going?
There you go. What's up, wifey?
David K. and David K.'s wifey. Thank you for producing the show. We appreciate it. And that'll do it for the jingles. And I'll just throw it out there. A jingle for the jingles.
Jingle jangle.
Jingle, jingle, jangle. And the next up here, we have some artwork to highlight.
One art, please.
And I'm including this again just because we forgot to do it in the actual break section last episode. Producer Lloyd did another deep fake. This time, he basically called me out for being a time traveler, I guess, from the past.
Yeah.
He deep faked my face onto Samurai Warrior from the film Seven Samurai in 1954. And for those of you watching on screen, here it is. Oh, that voice. Yeah.
Do you know what he's saying there?
No, I don't.
Okay.
It's Japanese, I can tell you that.
I know. I was going to see if you knew that, whatever he's saying. It was part of your vocabulary.
It's, no, I have like a 4th grade level vocabulary in Japanese. So I can communicate, but when it comes to old
I bet it's
language,
something cool.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Some real cool.
Well, to is like tiger, I think. I don't know. Anyway, that was a great deep fake. Another deep fake. This one impressed the wife, by the way. I was trying to say, see, I can do maybe a man bun type situation. But she didn't go for that. She said,
I didn't buy it.
She doesn't need a grimy samurai man walking around. Haven't taken a shower in a few days, So thank you for that, producer Lloyd. And next up, we have one from. This one is actually from producer, or actually Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes.
Yep.
Has a little piece here. Go ahead.
Fun little doodle here. She sends a message. You may already have something like this. Was listening to awesome podcast from Friday. That was on April 30th, and thought of an earlier producer's name. Love you guys. We love you back, Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes. And a little doodle here, and we've got a fan down on her knees saying, "Marry me, Basil," handing me a. Instead of proposing with a ring, she's got a pair of googly eyes, a brand new pair of googly eyes. There I am. Gotta say, got those boulder shoulders, looking good. But I've got question marks over my head because I've just got so much love for these little kitties.
Yeah. The tears on the woman, a little detail.
Yes.
Making these women cry.
I'm such a heartbreaker with these, with this pride of lions I've got living with me. Thank you very much, Dame Lynn.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Next up, we have one from Mr. Jag. He's the Hungry Hungarian.
Woo!
And he has a piece here, his classic blue pen sketch style. And it says, he's coming soon. The day is approaching. It does not matter if it's pre-trib or mid-trib or post-trib. No one knows the day or the hour. I think it's whenever trib. So there you go. And it's got a person looking up. Is that what that is?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if we knew who this person was. I do not know. But it's somebody who's whatever trib.
Definitely whatever trib. Waiting for that rapture. But very good. Yep, as always. Thank you so much, producer Mr. Jag, the Hungry Hungarian. And next up, we have one from Marius. Is this the birthday Marius, or do you think it's
Oh, I can't imagine there's that many Mariuses out there.
Well, if it
may be the birthday Marius.
It could be the birthday Marius. He put together the Basil Basilman IV.
Yes, my just genius impromptu naming of my great-grandfather, the sea captain from last episode. I did very specific. I knew we had this art, And you'll see I took down the portrait of Basil Basilman in the back there, but I thought about keeping him up. Probably should have done it. But for those just listening, we've got just a beautiful museum-style art
montage.
Well, it's the golden frame.
Oh, the golden frame, yeah.
Articulated golden frame there. And it is of the sea captain from The Simpsons.
The Simpsons, yeah.
But it's in the, what is that artist's name? The guy from the 60s?
Andy Warhol?
Andy Warhol, yes. It's got kind of an Andy Warhol vibe. The first frame of this cut in quarters here. The first frame is the sea captain's got big old googly eyes. The second one is kind of a grainy black and white. The third one is in a negative. And the fourth one is like a sketch. And it says signed by Picasso down here.
Yeah.
So maybe this was Picasso's Andy Warhol period.
Was there such a period?
Totally.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize.
I always forget that Picasso was not that long ago.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
my parents.
Modern.
We went to I've seen Picasso paintings. I went to L.A., some art theater in L.A., and there was a giant earthquake while we were watching the display of Picasso.
Ooh, that's
pretty
exciting.
Crazy. And
that adds a level of excitement that many
yeah.
don't get from looking at modern art.
Giant wall where the big mural was painted starts rattling and shaking. It was quite the experience. But my parents had bought this. It was like a photograph of Picasso, and he's sitting there at like a dinner table, and he was quite the character. He had these like bread buns. I don't even know what they're called. They look kind of like bear paws. You know those. I don't know, croissant or like something. He had two of them. Yeah, he had two of them on the table, and it made it look like he had those. You know, those were his hands. It's a real funny guy.
Wow, what a fun goofball!
Picasso was a jokester.
That guy was.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. So thank you for that, Marius, and happy birthday, Marius. If this is actually the Marius, the May 1st's birthday, Mayday, Illuminati Day birthday. And the last but not least,
one heartbeat, another one from Allie now.
Here it is. That's right. It's coming from producer Allie. That's Gaslin Bonds in the chat, coming in with another pencil creation. This one is of Basil Basilman IV, famous great-grandfather, sea captain of myself, and it's the painting hanging up on the wall there. Two big, giant, googly eyes, but there's a little Monty cat sitting down there just staring up at his ancestor.
Yes, and
very cute.
Very cute. And this one came with a poem, Basil.
Oh, I did not know this.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. I was going to try to find some background music to go with this, but I didn't have time.
Okay.
But if you want to try, this is the Ballad of Basil Basilman IV.
Oh, if I want to try.
Yeah, since it's, it's about your people.
Let me get to it. Oh, I've got it. Oh, yes. Okay, let me figure out the meter here.
I'm trying to find some kind of, what is this? There's nothing good. I don't have anything good that I can pull up, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, here it is. A reading. The Ballad of Basil Basilman IV. Ooh. Okay. This is poem by Ebony Blaze. The bestest granddad ever, Basil Basilman IV, looked so handsome in the portrait from a shanty in the north. When I saw him at the yard sale, I could not believe my luck. I could buy my famous grandfather and load him in my truck. It shouldn't have surprised me. I admit I gasped aloud. The famous old sea captain had attracted quite a crowd. I eyed the other sailors who were staring at Papa. What if they were to buy him? I began to clench my jaw. No, they mustn't. I must have him. Oh, the agony and pain. Wait, that's Monty on my shoulder, digging in his claws again. Monty nodded at the people, and I knew he had a scheme. Time slowed with Monty airborne. Like it happened in a dream, he floated towards the people, claws extended with a yowl. Heads were turning, mouths agape, eyes were wide at Monty's howl. Then he landed on a lady, climbed her arm, and she flipped out. In the chaos of the moment, I grabbed Grandpa and slipped out. As I paid the yard sale lady, Monty passed and said, "Let's go!" I'm just thrilled to have my granddad, though it's true, he's dead now, though. Wow. Powerful. Powerful and brilliant. Thank you very much, producer Ali, for the art, and Ebony Blaze over there in the Twitch chat for this really fantastic poem. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and save it onto my computer. Booyah. Yeah, what a team those two are. You too. Very creative team. We appreciate that. Yes. I like it. I love reading these poems. I may have missed an opportunity.
An opportunity to what?
To become a professional poem reader.
Oh.
But I guess technically they're helping me live my dream out.
Yeah, you're playing it out right now. You get to live your dream now. Just real quick, because he just came in, and I'm just going to include it here.
Okay.
Sir Sigra the Beast, Knight of the Silent Watch, came in with $33.33 Illuminati handler amount.
Thank you very much, Sir Sigra.
And that makes him the third Illuminati handler for episode 332. So
yeah. Thank you very much, Sir Sigra. Somebody mentioned in the chat, Canary Cry Poets Corner, Canary Poets Corner.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if we might be able to do a whole poetry section. People write some poems about like the Illuminati and the stuff like that. I don't know. I would want it to be fun, a little fun though. We can't get too hardcore.
No, but that this could lead into flat Earth versus round Earth poem battles.
Ooh, haiku off or limerick. Limericks, that's the best way to go, folks. Yeah. Something short and sweet. It's got some bounce to it. Yeah. The Canary Cry Poet Corner. We'll see what happens.
I think that would be the best way to hash out the debate and settle it once and for all.
Oh, yeah. It's like a debate stage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll see how it develops. Again, this is an idea. We can spout all the crazy ideas we want, but it takes producers.
It does.
Takes producers to make this happen. So we need producers to make a jingle and start writing poems. Send them in to canarycryradio@gmail.com.
Or canarycryradio@protonmail.com. And just a couple more things to point out here before we get back into the show. We have something special here. And we talk about you can produce the show with your time and your talent. This is a combination of time and talent. Mm-hmm. We got a note from Josh C, and he wrote a 2,000-word story about Basil and Gans.
Whoa!
Yeah, and I read through
2,000 words.
Yes, it is. It's an epic. It's a mini epic.
How much is 2,000 words? That's like a page.
It's a fan fiction. It's considered a fan fiction novella. And it is titled Basil and Gans Go to NASA.
Oh my gosh.
We will have the link in the description for anybody who wants to read it. And
I have an idea, Gans, that we can discuss.
Yeah.
It's obviously a little bit too much to do in the show proper.
Yeah.
But whether it's this episode or maybe an upcoming episode, maybe an episode 333 special, maybe like after the show in the mixtape area, I could do a reading. I don't know how long it is. I need to look at it.
It's pretty long.
I mean, yeah. Good. If it's good though, we got to get it out there. We can't let it just sit.
Yeah.
We'll definitely make it available in the show notes. Head over to canarycrynewstalk.com. What do you want? Can you just upload a file to download or something?
We can. I just have a link right now.
Oh, a link is good.
Yeah, it's published. It's public, so it's out there.
What is it on? What's the platform?
I'mJoshingYou.com.
Oh, it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
You said it came in on the Proton Mail?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I'm trying to look for it.
It's titled 2,000 Word Story.
Oh my gosh, I'm opening it now. I'm going to put this on my reading list. Oh, look at that. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm going to read it. We should do... Oh, and it's got art. You put in some art from different producers. Yeah. Wow, this is awesome. Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much, Josh. I am going to read this, and we'll see how we can fit it into a production sometime here.
For sure. There's. I got to talk to you about. We're scheduled to do another production here for another thing, but we'll talk off air about that one.
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, one last thing here is meetups. Meetups. Oh, I had the jingle for meetups. What happened to it? Oh no, I thought here it is.
Canary Cry Meetup.
Woo! And we encourage people to have their own meetups. That's exactly what Mr. Magoo did.
Oh my goodness.
And
yes, I was going to say, I don't remember a meetup being scheduled for this weekend.
We have a report from Mr. Magoo's meetup.
Basil and Gons, this is Magoo. We are having an unofficial Canary Cry meetup in Magoo's kitchen with Mrs. Magoo. Mrs. Magoo, what are you doing?
Silence.
Mrs. Magoo is giving me a look as she stirs melted cheese for macaroni and cheese. Basil and Gons, this has been a splendid Canary Cry meetup in Magoo's kitchen. Good day.
Oh, I see what's going on here. Well, that's great. That's actually the first meetup report from a meetup not created by producer Ciara, which I appreciate. Thank you very much, Mr. Magoo. You had a shy meetup member there, but we appreciate the report. Sounds like you had a wonderful time in your kitchen cooking macaroni and cheese, and the family that Canary cries together stays together.
And welcoming introduction to Mrs. Magoo. Sounds like quite the cook.
She's I don't know much about her. She's as mysterious as Mr. Magoo himself.
Very well done.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for that. And we just want to mention that there are meetups that Ciara is putting together, physical ones. Florida, May 21st coming up. Southern California, June 26th. Did that change dates? I don't know. I thought it was the 24th.
I don't know.
It may have changed dates. Arizona, July 24th. Missouri, September 11th. And Ohio, October 30th. And again, CiaraLauren93@gmail.com for more information about Canary Cry meetups.
If you live in any of those places, Florida, SoCal, Missouri, Ohio, whatever the other one was.
I wasn't listening to you.
I wasn't either. What are the locations again?
Florida, SoCal, Arizona, Missouri, Ohio.
Arizona, that's what I missed. There you go. If you live in or near any of those places, send an email to Ciara. That's CIARA, Lauren, LAUREN, and then the numbers 93 at gmail.com. Get in on these meetups, guys. It's really fun. I've not been to one of these live ones, but we receive reports and pictures, and it's just healthy. It's healthy to be meeting not just other humans after this, weird time, but also other humans who are into the same weird stuff as you. Weird people with the same weird stuff. Do it. Very valuable, very enriching and valuable. And did I mention valuable? Go do this. Go to these meetups. I promise you won't regret it. In fact, I demand it. Email Ciara Lauren 93.
Now demands now.
Yeah, I hear there's also a CIA filtering system in these meetups too.
Ooh.
So yes, that's why you have to email to get involved.
Oh, like a spook
filter.
Yeah, filter. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I'm sure a properly incentivized CIA agent could find their way in, but that just makes it more fun, All right.
Spook. All right.
You ready? I did want to mention one last time, in case you came in late, we are having a very special Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames event. Next episode, that's Wednesday, Cinco de Mayo, Canary Cry Calendar Razzle Dazzle Basil Day, and episode 333. We are opening up the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, the elite squadron of producers, for a one-time producership of $337.
37? What is that?
Why did I say 7?
I don't know. That's really weird.
333. If you match the 333.
You want that extra $4 for your coffee or something.
Yeah, that is strange. Why did I say that? But just to be clear, that's a one-time producership, and you're in the round table. We're not adding up past producerships for this moment. So there you go. It's just a very special day, and we wanted to make that available to people. Okay, I'm done. Are you ready to wake up?
Ready.
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
All right, I'm going to start with some more Klaus. Especially helpful if you speak French.
Yeah.
Because this is from 2016, but Klaus was talking about microchips that go in the skin or the brain and connecting to the digital thing. We'll play a few seconds of it here.
Au bout de ça, on parle de puces qu'on pourra s'implanter. Ce sera quand ça?
Certainement dans les 10 années à venir.
Certainly in the next 10 years.
Et d'abord, on va les implanter dans nos vêtements, c'est-à-dire wearables, comme on le dit. Et après, on pourrait s'imaginer qu'on les implante dans nos cerveaux.
Something about wearable microchips and...
Yeah, I heard wearables in there.
Yeah, implanting
Wearable
them...
technology, it sounded like.
Yeah, implanting them in our brains or in another pot is what the translation says. I don't know what that... I don't know if the translation is accurate here.
Don't put those microchips in any other pot.
Ou dans notre peau. Et à la fin, peut-être il y a une communication directe entre notre cerveau et le monde digital.
I think he was saying that then you can have direct communication between the brain and the digital world.
Ce que nous voyons, c'est une sorte de fusion du monde physique, digital et biologique.
The fusion of the physical, digital, and biological world. So there you go. That's Mr. Klaus showing up multiple times today. And
interestingly enough, you're talking about this from the year 2016, which was the year we started News Talk, which was also the year that the teaser videos started coming out for the Great Reset from the World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
Again, the "You Will Own Nothing and You'll Be Happier" videos started coming out in 2016. When we were on top of it. So early listeners were not taken by surprise about the Great Reset. But who knew it was actually going to make it this far?
Yeah. And a pandemic that cut the world.
I will say,
you can slip it in.
Klaus Schwab still sounds like a villain, even in French. A romantic villain, but a villain nonetheless.
Yeah.
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 Well, speaking of that, brain chips, I got a story from RT over here, RT.com, which just really tickled my fancy. The headline is Neuralink co-founder quits weeks after hinting brain-tweaking software could reanimate dinosaurs in Jurassic Park situation. This was updated 8 hours ago, so this is a new development. The co-founder of Tesla tycoon Elon Musk's controversial neural implant project quietly left the firm last month, only revealing his departure on Saturday via Twitter. So this was just a couple days ago. Max Hodak said had actually left the company in early April. Hodak, who co-founded Neuralink with Musk, was most recently seen speculating about the potential for the project to semi-reanimate dead dinosaur species a la Jurassic Park. Here's his tweet here. Some personal news. I am no longer at Neuralink. As of a few weeks ago, I learned a ton there and remain a huge cheerleader of the company. Onward to new things. The engineer has thus far remained silent about his reasons for quitting, insisting he, quote, learned a ton at Neuralink and remains a huge cheerleader for the company. Weird that's what he co-founded the company. He wasn't just an employee. This sounds like an employee who's trying to keep his letter of recommendation.
Yeah, interesting.
However, an individual questioning Hodak on his future projects seemed to have inspired him to eat his words. Asked what was next for him, Hodak tweeted, "Not Jurassic Park." Yeah, here's his tweet. "We could probably build Jurassic Park if we wanted to. Wouldn't be genetically authentic dinosaurs, but maybe 15 years of breeding plus engineering to get super exotic novel species." Great.
That's what he said back in April 3rd, by the way, a month ago.
Right. This was before he quit. Allegedly, this was the last thing he tweeted before he quit. Hodak and Musk launched Neuralink in 2016, with Hodak bringing a background in biomedical engineering, while Musk brought his bottomless well of ideas.
Bottomless pit.
Prior to climbing on board with Musk's invention, Hodak founded a company called Transcriptic, which had been described in the tech press as robotic cloud laboratory for the life sciences. We actually reported on this. Do you remember this?
Yep.
Yeah.
I do.
In the hyper-competitive aura of Silicon Valley, some have speculated that Hodak may have enjoyed working on Neuralink so much that he opted to build something along those lines himself. However, others have suggested that troubles at the management level are responsible. And certainly Musk is accustomed to being the sole man in charge at his other companies, Tesla, SpaceX, and Starlink. Neuralink may be the most... weird. Co-founder left the company. Either, couple of options here. Either he still owns some of the company, I guess. Yeah, unless he sold all of his shares before this, or maybe he still has some of his shares, or maybe this article will tell us. Neuralink may be the most controversial of all Musk's projects. The billionaire has waffled back and forth between claiming the brains to AI setup is merely intended to help humans with severe health problems, including the paralyzed and others who can't communicate with the outside world, and stating it's an effort to make human beings more competitive as AI grows in strength and ubiquity. Quote, "We will not be able to be smarter than a digital supercomputer, so, therefore, if you cannot beat them, join them," Musk infamously said during a 2019 podcast, suggesting the existential risk associated with digital superintelligence was too great for humans to face on their own. Other stated and less disturbing aims for the project include, quote, "understanding the human brain." Musk and other engineers have suggested that due to the miniature scale of the operation required to implant a functional Neuralink setup into the human brain, the entire process should be done robotically. The company's team claims to have implanted Neuralink chips into the brains of monkeys and pigs, supposedly giving the creatures the ability to play video games using their mind. However, skeptics have argued that the experimental animals' Neuralink-enhanced activities are more like playing ultra-simplistic video games like Pong than surfing the internet. Yeah, no kidding. At least a few reactions to Hodak's announcement sounded alarmed, with one commenter suggesting Hodak's tweet read, quote, "like a ransom note." Another pointed out it was, quote, "too early for him to quit, as Neuralink had still not debuted its flagship product." Hodak seemed to agree with the latter opinion. Yeah, so it doesn't sound so congenial.
The tweet here was, "Good luck, but I'm not a fan of leadership leaving a company without having a single product on the market. Seems too early." And then he said, "Same." Hodak responded, "Same," which means he was probably kicked out.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Others were simply itching to see what came next and hoping the company's co-founder could spill the beans on how far along Neuralink really was. Musk's work tends to be shrouded in secrecy, accumulating huge amounts of rumors before it is finally introduced. Given the potential military applications for Neuralink, it's quite possible that the technology won't see the light of day for some time. Dun, dun, dun. So there you go. Dinosaurs, robots, video game monkeys, and corporate drama.
I have an artificial intelligence story that's under its own heading in terms of the show notes, but I might just do it right now just because it's connected to this story about, especially with Elon talking about, you can't beat AI, join AI, that kind of thing. So if you don't mind, I'll just do it right now real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
So this is the artificial intelligence update within the Beast update here.
Artificial intelligence!
And this is a rawstory.com article. Artificial intelligence research may have just hit a dead end. Here's why. And this is a very long article. I don't want to necessarily read the entire thing, but I'll get to some of the main points here. Philip K. Dick's iconic 1968 sci-fi novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, posed an interesting question in its title, Would an Intelligent Robot Dream? In the 53 years since publication, artificial intelligence research has matured significantly, and yet, despite Dick being prophetic about technology in other ways, the question posed in the title is not something AI researchers are that interested in. No one is trying to invent an android that dreams of electric sheep. Why? Mainly, it's that most artificial intelligence researchers and scientists are busy trying to design, quote, intelligent software programmed to do specific tasks. There is no time for daydreaming. Or is there? What if reason and logic are not the source of intelligence, but its product? What if the source of intelligence is more akin to dreaming and play? Recent research into the, quote, neuroscience of spontaneous fluctuations points in this direction. If true, it would be a paradigm shift in our understanding of human consciousness. It would also mean that just about all artificial intelligence research is heading in the wrong direction. This is big. I think this is a really big fork in the road for AI and AI research.
Yeah.
Let's continue here. The quest for artificial intelligence grew out of the modern science of computation, started by the English mathematician Alan Turing and the Hungarian-American mathematician John von Neumann 65 years ago. Since then, there have been many approaches to studying artificial intelligence, yet all approaches have one thing in common. They treat intelligence computationally, i.e., like a computer with an input and output of information. Scientists have also tried modeling artificial intelligence on the neural networks of human brains. These artificial networks use, quote, deep learning techniques and big data to approach and occasionally surpass particular human abilities, like playing chess, Go, poker, or recognizing faces. But these models also treat the brain like a computer, so do many neuroscientists, or as do many neuroscientists. But is this the right idea for designing intelligence? The present state of artificial intelligence is limited to what those in the field call, quote, narrow AI. Narrow AI excels at accomplishing specific tasks in a closed system where all possibilities are known. It is not creative and typically breaks down when confronted with novel situations. On the other hand, researchers define, quote, general AI as the innovative transfer of knowledge from one problem to another. So far, this is what AI has failed to achieve and what many in the field believe to be only an extremely distant possibility. Most AI researchers are even less optimistic about the possibility of a so-called, quote, super intelligent AI that would become more intelligent than humans due to hypothetical, quote, intelligence explosion. Does the brain transmit or receive binary information like a computer? Or do we think of it this way because since antiquity, humans have always used their latest technology as a metaphor for describing our brains? There are certainly some ways the computer-brain metaphor makes sense. We can undoubtedly assign a binary to a neuron that is either fired 1 or not 0. We can even measure the electrochemical threshold needed for individual neurons to fire. In theory, a neural map of this information should give us the causal path or code for any given brain event, but experimentally it does not. Then it gets into some of the nitty-gritty of that. I'm going to skip that real quick just for time's sake. And later on here it says, furthermore, the cause and pattern of neuron firing are subject to what neuroscientists call spontaneous fluctuations. Spontaneous fluctuations are neural activities that occur in the brain even when no external stimulus or mental behavior correlates to them. These fluctuations make up an astounding 95% of brain activity, while conscious thought occupies the remaining 5%. In this way, cognitive fluctuations are like the dark matter, or, quote, junk DNA of the brain. They make up the biggest part of what's happening, but remain mysterious. Neuroscientists have known about these unpredictable fluctuations in electrical brain activity since the 1930s, but have not known what to make of them. Typically, scientists have preferred to focus on brain activity that responds to external stimuli and triggers a mental state or physical behavior. They, quote, average out the rest of the noise from the data. However, precisely because of these fluctuations, there's no universal activation level in neurons that we can call 1. Neurons are constantly firing, but for the most part, we don't know why. What might be the source of these spontaneous fluctuations? Recent study in the neuroscience of spontaneous thought suggests that these fluctuations may be related to internal neural mechanics, heart and stomach activity, and tiny physical movements in response to the world. Other experiments by David McCormick at Yale University School of Medicine in 2010 and Christoph Koch at Caltech in 2011 have demonstrated that neuronal firing creates electromagnetic fields strong enough to affect and perturb how neighboring neurons may fire. And it talks about the brain zooming in, and computer transistors have the same problem. The smaller manufacturers make electronics. The smaller the transistor gets, the more frequently electrons will spontaneously quantum tunnel through the thinner barriers, producing errors. This is why computer engineers, just like many neuroscientists, go to great lengths to filter out, quote, background noise and stray electrical fields from their binary signals. This is a big difference between computers and brains. For computers, spontaneous fluctuations create errors that crash the system, while for our brains, it's a built-in feature. And so far, just to kind of summarize what we have so far, basically they're kind of talking about the difference between the brain and artificial intelligence in computers. With computers, you have your input, you have your output, you try to eliminate any type of noise or any type of unforeseen signal. Mm-hmm. But with the brain, it's part of the feature. We seem to be picking up neurons firing from this, what these people are calling signal or noise or random fluctuations. And then they start talking about quantum tunneling, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're really getting into it there.
Yeah, so in the next section here, the future of AI is not what you think. What if noise is the new signal? What if these anomalous fluctuations are at the heart of human intelligence, creativity, and consciousness? This is precisely what neuroscientists such as George Northoff, Robin Carhart-Harris, and Stanislas Dehaene are showing. They argue that consciousness is an emergent property born from the nested frequencies of synchronized spontaneous fluctuations. Applying this theory, neuroscientists can tell whether someone is conscious or not just by looking at their brainwaves. AI has been modeling itself on neuroscience for decades, but can it follow this new direction? Stanislas Dehaene, for instance, considers the computer model of intelligence deeply wrong, in part because, quote, spontaneous activity is one of the most frequently overlooked features of it. Unlike computers, quote, neurons not only tolerate noise, but even amplify it to help generate novel solutions to complex problems. Mm-hmm. Quote, just as an avalanche is a probabilistic event, not a certain one, the cascade of brain activity that eventually leads to conscious perception is not fully deterministic. The very same stimulus may at times be perceived and at others remain undetected. What makes the difference? Unpredictable fluctuations in neuronal firing sometimes fit with the incoming stimulus and sometimes fight against it, end quote. Accordingly, Dehaene believes that AI would require something akin to synchronized spontaneous fluctuations to be conscious. John Joe McFadden, a professor of molecular genetics at the University of Surrey, speculates that spontaneous electromagnetic fluctuations might even have been an evolutionary advantage to help closely packed neurons generate the synchronized novel adaptive behaviors. Quote, without EM field interactions, he writes, AI will remain forever dumb and non-conscious. The German neuroscientist George Northoff argues that, quote, argues that a, quote, conscious artificial creature would need to show spatiotemporal mechanisms such as the nestedness and expansion of spontaneous fluctuations. And a couple other scientists agree with the concept here. Let's see. Let me try to get through. This is a pretty long article, so I'm trying to get to main part. If it's true that cognitive fluctuations are requisite for consciousness, it would also take time for stable frequencies to emerge and then synchronize with one another in resting states. And indeed, this is precisely what we see in children's brains when they develop higher and more nested neural frequencies over time. Thus, a general AI would probably not be brilliant in the beginning. Intelligence evolved through the mobility of organisms trying to synchronize their fluctuations with the world. It takes time to move through the world and learn to sync up with it. As the science fiction author Ted Chiang writes, quote, experience is algorithmically incompressible. Experience is algorithmically incompressible. This is why dreaming is so important. Experimental research confirms that dreams help consolidate memories and facilitate learning. Dreaming is also a state of exceptionally playful and freely associated cognitive fluctuations. If this is true, why should we expect human-level intelligence to emerge without dreams? This is why newborns dream twice as much as adults if they dream during REM sleep. They have a lot to learn, as would androids. In my view, there will be no progress towards human-level AI until researchers stop trying to design computational slaves for capitalism and start taking the genuine source of intelligence seriously, fluctuating electric sheep. So there you go. It's a lot there. But I think the bottom line here, to summarize it, the current research done in AI is very computational, one-to-one input-output.
It's narrow AI.
Narrow AI. But
it's usually created with the idea of accomplishing a task.
Right. And there is a black box there that we've talked about, how between the input and the output, they don't exactly know what's going on. But they're saying that with general AI, to achieve this basically consciousness, and if you talk about, I mean, they're really talking about a golem here. I mean, they're playing God, I mean, creating consciousness out of inanimate matter. I mean, this is very much a religious conversation we're having at this point.
Well, one of the interesting parts about it is this is one of the most earnest theories in general AI actually explained. Because, of course, consciousness is a very complicated thing. I mean, we don't even really understand human consciousness. But in this article, they're pretty much stating, like, hey, they're claiming that they know the source or the differentiation between general AI or consciousness and just a computational pattern, and that is randomness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Like a constant flow of randomness, which gets stabilized by the system into consciousness, which is, I don't know, maybe one of the more compelling theories of what consciousness is, but putting it in the context, like a context that is practical. It's like a practical context for how to simulate or create consciousness, which is pretty fascinating.
Yeah. So I think in light of this Neuralink story and how Elon wants to, it's a lot of hype too, like what he's talking about with the demons and all. And I get it. It's like we jump on that train too, where we're like, oh, AI, it's going to ruin everything and all this. But this is, I think, because when I posted this story on Twitter, and people were saying like, oh, knew it was all hype. It was like, well, wait a minute. Yes, but also they're figuring it out. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that it's just hype. It's that, oh, they're changing direction. It's a course correction almost to get to where they want to. But then, speaking eschatologically, you look at the book of Revelation, you look at the image of the beast and what happens there. The false prophet breathes, gives the image breath. It gives this inanimate object breath to the point where they think that they're alive and people worship it and stuff. So I mean, I think that is supposed to be this event in human history that is woven into our future here. And it has major biblical and eschatological ramifications. And so, yeah, of course, to get there, it's gonna require something more than just, hey, we're gonna plug ones and zeros into this machine and we're gonna figure out consciousness. It's a lot more complicated than that, and that's why I think, we talk about false signs and wonders and stuff like that. So anyway, I thought it was an important article to report because of that track of this course correction. And course correcting in a field like AI is probably not going to be easy, because you have a momentum carrying it in one direction until there's some kind of tangible breakthrough in this regard. What people get taught in universities and people that are engineers and stuff like that, they're going to be focused more on that narrow AI. And until, the other part of it too is with Neuralink, it's much more of a possibility to use narrow AI and have it piggyback on the human brain. Mm-hmm. And that's a really good excuse to have that Neuralink chip in there, because then it's like, oh, hey, it's not conscious. It's just going to help us. It's like an extra limb kind of thing.
Right. It's like a stat boost.
So it's the difference. Yeah, it's the difference between becoming a cyborg and creating a homunculus, this other living being, a living consciousness through artificial intelligence. So
yeah,
parsing all that out, very interesting. Lots of eschatological ramifications. Lots of movies have explored the concept and everything else, but I thought I'd bring it to you because I thought it was a pretty big deal. I know people probably aren't going to necessarily tackle the story.
Yeah, for those who are paying attention to AI and not just the idiocy of AI products, but it's real, tracking its development and the breakthroughs happening, which we try to track as much as we can, but it can get a little tedious sometimes. But this is a big deal. Are they actually working on this, or is this just a theoretical paper?
Yeah, I think, again, conceptually,
it's the most logical roadmap for experimentation, at least, that I've seen.
Right. They're going to have to really, I think, rebuild the approach. So it might take a while to kind of backtrack what they need to backtrack, or whatever, bring the ship back a little bit before they start moving forward again. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But again, I think this is why, it's a feather in the cap of people that are like, oh, they're never going to achieve it.
Yeah.
But it's also like, yeah, but look at the Bible. There's a very explicit passage about an image receiving breath. The only other thing that receives breath is man from God at the beginning of the Bible. So, yeah.
And just to reiterate, even the fact that they have sort of a quote unquote working theory of consciousness is at least one that they want to pursue and think they could pursue electronically is not I have not heard that before.
Yeah, pretty big deal.
Pretty big deal. Yeah. All right. Well, cool. Sounds good. Where was this that you found? Is this something we can continue to follow, or there might be follow-ups on?
This is on Raw Story. So
okay.
I don't know that they might. We'll just keep an eye on the topic.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we can maybe track some of the doctors or professors that they mention here. Mm-hmm. But yeah, why don't you bring the little space beast story here?
Space. Wanna go to space?
Yeah, so I actually just read through this. There's not really too much exciting stuff about it. But
what?
Yeah, it's a hypothetical thing.
No.
They just sort of made it up.
Yeah,
it's hypothetical. The headline was, in a NASA simulation of an asteroid impact, scientists concluded they couldn't stop a space rock from decimating Europe. And it was exciting for a second, but then it was just like a tabletop RPG of an asteroid coming, and they did a bad job. It's like an event 201 for an asteroid. So who knows? Maybe if it's anything like coronavirus, in a couple of months it'll pop back up. Before I get into this, I do want to mention, Gons, got this little update from NASA.gov, Media accreditation is open for the launch of the next SpaceX delivery of NASA science investigations, supplies, and equipment to the International Space Station. SpaceX's 22nd commercial resupply mission, the second cargo resupply mission on the company's upgraded version of the Dragon spacecraft, is targeted to launch Thursday, June 3rd, on a Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And, if we want to put in our application to be allowed to be there and report on it, we better do it in the next 3 days.
Okay.
Should we just send an email, see if they let us go?
We can.
We've gotten media accreditation on stuff before.
Yeah, we have. Yeah,
I don't know if we could pull it off for this, but it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how that goes. Let's see. So yeah, this asteroid thing. Scientists around the world have been bamboozled this week by a fictitious asteroid heading towards Earth. A group of experts from U.S. and European space agencies attended a week-long exercise led by NASA in which they faced a hypothetical scenario. An asteroid 35 million miles away was approaching the planet and could hit within 6 months. With each passing day of the exercise, the participants learned more about the asteroid's size, trajectory, and chance of impact. Then they had to cooperate and use their technical knowledge to see if anything could be done to stop the space rock. The experts fell short. The group determined that none of Earth's existing technologies could stop the asteroid from striking given the 6-month time frame of the simulation. In this alternate reality, the asteroid crashed into Eastern Europe. Dun dun dun. Fake imaginary asteroid. It's Earth. And then they go into this is a pretty long breakdown of
we don't have to get into it, but here's a couple things. One, I thought
science is truth.
I thought we're supposed to trust the scientists. This does not give me confidence.
You know what this is, Gons? This is a government-funded Dungeons and Dragons game.
And also
RPG.
You know what else this is? This is also because this is a big key here. What did it say here? They cooperate is determined. None of Earth's existing technologies could stop the asteroid from striking. You know what this means, right?
We need the aliens.
Yes, that's one.
Aliens.
But also, give us more money. We need more funding.
Right.
We need more money to stop the simulated asteroid. Look, it destroyed Europe.
Yeah,
I like how it hit Europe too.
That's a good idea to reiterate because that is what these games are for.
Oh yeah.
They play these games to give examples to the leadership that if something, and when I say the leadership, governments around the world, to basically give a minimum viable product of what they need in order to avert a disaster. Right. So they play these games, they get all the experts together. Somebody's in charge of, coordinating this whole thing. And almost inevitably they figure out, oh no, we can't stop this disaster. So then they kind of use it to extort or inspire, depending on your outlook, funding from governments around the world. But, to be fair, I don't think we can slough it off too quickly because, there was Event 201, which was exactly this. It was a D&D game funded by governments to see if they could handle an extra dangerous coronavirus. Took place in late 2019. What was it? November of 2019?
It was before that even. September, October, somewhere around that.
Yeah, okay. Well, in the same area there. Yeah. Took place late 2019, and lo and behold, suddenly the thing is real. So, who knows? Maybe there's maybe the next global disaster that they're rolling out in a couple months is an asteroid they can't stop.
Well, also it's funny because this is NASA, and it doesn't hit America. It's like, if it's going to hit, why don't they make it? It's going to hit the homeland of NASA. It's going to hit NASA headquarters. It's a little more sense of urgency to push these scientists to come up with something better.
It included European space agencies.
Okay.
So it was a group of experts from U.S. and European space agencies.
Yeah, but there's a little politics there. You know, the European guys are... They're probably like, well, I mean, if it hits you guys, you know.
You got to convince the UN to fund the research.
It's like a really bad reality TV show, like the real world of NASA and EU Space Agency. There's drama playing out.
Yeah,
yelling at each other.
It's a good
time. It's just going to hit Europe. Who cares? My family is from Europe.
Yeah, right, dude. The U.S., we send money all around the world for way less.
I know.
We love passing the money around. So,
I know.
Yeah, no wonder they had us involved.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we got. I was more. I knew it was a simulation story, but I just thought it was hilarious that they're like, "Oh, we failed." It's like go watch. I don't know, Armageddon. Deep Impact, you know what I mean? There's like...
I wonder if that idea was floated.
Oh, I'm sure it was. I'm positive it was. But nobody wanted to be Bruce Willis. All these demasculated males. You know? They're like, oh, that's too much testosterone.
I think Gons is volunteering. All right. Well, we got one last story here. This is actually very interesting. And I have some things to say about it. Or you want to read it? Should I read it? What do you think?
It's up to you.
Well, why don't you read it? Because unless you want some time. Do you need some time to work?
No. I'm good. I'm good. Okay, this is from thetelegraph.co.uk, and it's under the health section. It's titled, MDMA Cured My Alcoholism. Inside the remarkable ecstasy trial offering an escape from trauma. And here's what it says. Dave Pounds can trace his alcohol addiction to a few gruesome hours on the evening of May 12th, 1976, when his idyllic Middle England childhood was thrown into turmoil. Back then, the 12-year-old spent most of his free time playing cricket or cycling around the fields near his family home of Leicestershire. His mother, Margaret, who worked in a restaurant, was offered a lift home by a colleague that evening. Pounds' father, a space science professor, was working overnight in Durham. She then invited her coworker inside for what was supposed to be a quick mug of coffee. Unable to sleep, Pounds remembers creeping in his dressing gown to the staircase where he saw the pair talking in the lounge before returning to his bedroom. The details are hazy about what happened next. Pounds thinks the man made sexual advances on his mother, which she rejected. Humiliated, the man then raped Margaret and stabbed her to death. Oh my goodness. Pounds remembers hearing objects clattering onto the kitchen floor, plus some, quote, noises I didn't understand then, but I do as an adult. Then he heard footsteps as the man scrambled upstairs and opened his bedroom door. All he can hear for a minute or so was loud, panicked breathing. I pretended to be asleep, Pounds 57 remembers now. After what seemed like ages, he left. I stayed in my room, unable to move, not knowing where he was. The killer, who Pounds prefers not to name, was arrested that night and later convicted of murder. Pounds never spoke with his father or his sister and brother, who were also at home that night, asleep in their own bedrooms, about what he overheard that night. As an adult, he has avoided discussing it with his wife or 3 children, who are now in their 20s. Instead, he buried the trauma within him, only for it to emerge when he was 18 in the form of raw, painful, emotional flashbacks that made him feel like he was back in his childhood bed, pretending to be asleep under the sinister gaze of his mother's killer. His heart would start to race and his palms would become drenched in sweat. About 8 years ago, the trauma forced him to take a break from his career in business consultancy. With no structure, he, quote, hit the bottle and began to self-medicate the way so many do with alcohol. Quote, I think anxiety is too soft a word. It's terrifying. And when that terror hits, if the nearest thing is a bottle of vodka, I defy anybody not to take off the top. I know it's not great, but it does the job. Alcoholism dominated his life. Quote, normally when I got drunk, I would just fall asleep, but my family have seen me in some pretty sorry states. One Saturday in 2014 in the pub with teammates from his cricket team, he got through 3 bottles of vodka and woke up in hospital. Quote, apparently, when I got back from the pub, I could barely stand. My family couldn't understand me. I think that was really upsetting for the kids. After a 5-week stay at the Southgate Priory Hospital in North London, Pounds tried dozens of therapies, both NHS and private, but he always relapsed until, in 2019, he signed up for an experiment in Bristol in which he and 13 other alcoholics were given the psychoactive drug MDMA, known by its street name, ecstasy, in conjunction with psychotherapy sessions. Developed in 1912 by the German drug company Merck. I actually didn't know that. I didn't know Merck.
Yeah, real quick, I do want to point out just something that they don't quite have here. MDMA, known by its street name ecstasy. It's a little bit of a misinformation there. MDMA is the active psychoactive ingredient in ecstasy, but ecstasy proper contains other things like methamphetamines and stuff.
It does?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
What about Molly? Another street name.
Molly is MDMA. Okay. It's just the pure form of MDMA. Ecstasy, as far as the street drug, designer drug, is MDMA with methamphetamines.
Okay. Developed in 1912 by the drug company Merck, MDMA sparked great interest among doctors in the 60s as a potential tool for enhanced psychotherapy, but it soon became associated with nightclubs and, after causing some deaths, plural, was listed in 1977 as a Class A drug in the UK, meaning it officially has no medical use. Now the drug is attracting attention again for its benefits for mental health problems. A large body of evidence now shows MDMA-assisted therapy can help people with post-traumatic stress disorder. The Bristol trial was the world's first study using it as a treatment for addiction, says lead researcher Dr. Ben Sessa of Imperial College London. Quote, as an addiction psychiatrist, I was acutely aware that most cases of addiction are actually trauma-based, he says. By stimulating the brain's production of serotonin, dopamine, and noradrenaline, chemicals associated with feeling good or happy, MDMA essentially, quote, switches off the brain's amygdala, known as the fear center, while keeping the other parts of the brain switched on, says Dr. Sessa. Some patients might have spent years refusing to think about certain horrific memories, either consciously or subconsciously. The theory is that MDMA can allow them to revisit those mental images with confidence and clarity. Sessa recruited 14 adults, including Pounds, from addiction services, all of whom drank heavily every day. The history of trauma was not a prerequisite, but all of the volunteers did experience some trauma in their childhoods. Volunteers received 8 weekly psychotherapy sessions with Sessa and his colleague, Dr. Laurie Higbed, 2 of which involved MDMA. Pounds had never used illegal drugs and says he was nervous that morning in February 2019 when he stepped into the clinician's room where he would stay until the next morning. After being tested to ensure he had no alcohol in his blood, he swallowed the tablet containing MDMA. Dr. Sessa and Dr. Higbed were in the room if he wanted them, but he lay on the bed and put on a blindfold and a pair of headphones. As the drug kicked in, he felt really anxious for 2 minutes, as he'd been warned would happen. Clubbers call this coming up. Then, he says, quote, this amazing feeling comes over you. You have a clarity of thought and calmness. Those layers of fear have been taken away. End quote. Pounds had talked about his mother's murder in his previous therapy sessions with Dr. Sessa and Dr. Higbed, and soon after taking the drug, he had a vision of being back in his bedroom as a 12-year-old boy with the killer standing over him. Quote, but the room wasn't dark. I didn't feel scared. I sat up in bed and said, I know what you've done downstairs, and I know you could probably kill me as well, but I just want to tell you, you don't frighten me anymore. The second time he took MDMA 3 weeks later was equally remarkable. Quote, I spent an hour walking up and down the room, just patting my heart and talking to myself in a very positive manner about how life is going to be now we've reset. Be now we've reset. Huh? Hold on. In a very
how
positive...
life is going to be now we've reset.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
2 years on, his emotional flashbacks have become less severe, and he no longer considers himself an alcoholic. He thinks he now drinks around 14 units per week. roughly in line with government recommendations. Quote, I still drink, but not dangerously. I'm a
Gotta
social
love the
drinker.
UK. The UK government recommendations of alcoholic units are
14 units per week.
It's double of the US, I think. I think technically 14 units counts as binge drinking in the US.
Well, no, it's just a social drinker in the UK there.
Yeah.
The other volunteers also showed promising results. It was an early-stage safety trial designed to see how volunteers responded rather than to test whether the MDMA actually worked. But still, Dr. Sessa managed to compare the results with another group of 12 alcoholics from Bristol with similar characteristics who used talking-based therapies. Among that group, 75% were back to their pre-trial levels of drinking within 9 months. Among those who took MDMA, only 21% returned to that level. Quote, that difference is staggering. You don't see results like that in human psychopharmacology, says Dr. Sessa. Much more research is needed, and MDMA remains an illegal substance, but for Pounds, the insight he gained through those sessions have been transformative. Quote, it allows me to be stronger emotionally than I've been for many, many years, end quote. So there you go.
Yeah, so this is interesting. We've been following this for quite a bit, or I have. We have also on the show, most notably recently, talking about the switch from the language of psychedelics to entheogens regarding psilocybin and LSD-25. But this is gaining an incredible amount of momentum. And there's a few aspects of this that I want to address. If you are willing to just let me go for a second.
I'll break in if there's something I have to comment on. Go ahead.
So this is a big movement, and it goes back to the war on drugs. And I'll speak from the United States perspective because that's, of course, where I'm most knowledgeable about the situation. But so, of course, the war on drugs hasn't really accomplished anything, making drugs like psilocybin, LSD, MDMA. Let's see, what's the F one? Not fentanyl. No. Oh. The horse tranquilizer.
Ketamine?
Ketamine, yes. I always mix those up, and it's not an F. Ketamine, yes. And ketamine, some research has been going on more recently than ever before. And first of all, of course, we're talking about pharmakia. And pharmakia is a broad range of things. And let me first start off by saying I'm definitely not recommending anybody go out and use any sort of illicit substances. I would tell you that that's a bad idea. But I'm seeing a lot of negative talk about scientists researching these sorts of things. The problem that is going on is because these things were classified as, what is it, class 1, the most dangerous? Class A. Of course, is meant to, make sure our babies aren't taking them as they wander the streets. And certainly the babies should not be taking them. But one of the biggest problems, and we've talked about David Nutt on the show, unfortunate name for somebody who's trying to go out there and get scientists to be able to study these things. David Nutt has been on the war path for most of his life. In fact, he was what was he? He was like the head of the NIH or something. He held some big health position in the UK government. And then one day he comes out and says, alcohol and tobacco kills more people than mushrooms do. And he gets fired and shunned and et cetera, et cetera. Well, as we know, alcohol and tobacco do kill more people than specifically he was talking about mushrooms. And there's a lot of arguments against that. More people are using alcohol, tobacco, et cetera, et cetera. So, how to lie with statistics is relevant here. But the problem is keeping things class A keeps scientists from being able to study them. Mm-hmm. And, you talk about pharmakia in the modern world. Pharmakia is everywhere. It's everything. It's the Tylenol. I mean, if you're going to get down to a biblical differentiation between, Tylenol, say even the vaccine, or, say like a Vicodin or something, if given by a doctor, if you break your arm or something, that's all pharmakia. In fact, wine being mixed with herbs was pharmakia. It's a whole thing. Now, I'm not trying to decrease the seriousness of pharmakia and how it's presented in the Bible, but there's been a lot of positive research. Take this guy, for instance, Dave Pounds. Horrific childhood event here, and lifelong alcoholism, which I'm sure anybody like him who has experienced a lifelong trauma-based alcoholism, I'm sure he's got a dozen stories of how he should be dead because of the alcoholism. Mm-hmm. And the recovery rates, the most effective treatments that we have as human beings on this planet for alcoholism have a ludicrously low success rate. Yeah. I mean, I think if I'm just going off memory, this could be wrong, but I think like with the most effective therapies and, Alcoholics Anonymous and everything, I think it's like 12% of people who
really
try to Is it?
I'm saying that's really low.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, it's an incredibly sinister position to be in and very, very difficult to get out of. So basically, I say all this to say that if there can be responsible science used to bring people out of this vicious disease of alcoholism, we got to be really careful about calling it the work of the devil, or you can call it pharmakia. I mean, it's a complicated situation, as is pharmakia in the Bible. But yeah, they have therapy that you can get in now using ketamine, which I really don't know much about ketamine, but I'm seeing a lot of studies and a lot of anecdotal things like this story from the Telegraph of people breaking some pretty insidious some chains using ketamine, using psilocybin therapy. And usually these things are all at very low doses, administered by a doctor, et cetera, et cetera. And you know what? I'm just here to be vulnerable and say in front of everybody that it's a very complicated situation. I mean, if you've known anybody who suffers from this kind of alcoholism, it's a day-to-day struggle with death a lot of times, and it's a horrible way to live, and a way that, of course, I'm so happy to hear that, a lot of people have experiences where they've gotten out of alcoholism, whether it be through, the Lord or AA or whatever. But the actual percentages are extremely, horrifically low. And we're killing a lot of people because of this obsession with the fact that alcohol is fine socially because the government said it's fine. But it's killing incredible amounts of people. And, we all are familiar with the history of the war on drugs, which is entirely political and obviously not very effective. If people are going to go do drugs, they're going to find a way to go do drugs. Nobody doesn't do drugs just because it's illegal. But what it is stopping is scientists from studying these things to figuring out, healthy ways to maybe help people. Now, of course, I'm not unaware of the conversation about how specifically, an MDMA-derived medication, could open spiritual portals or allow, there's that conversation to be had. But, I would have the same conversation regarding beer or cigarettes or spirits or any drinking at all. Or, I mean, really anything. You could say that about a cheeseburger too. You know, I think eating a McDonald's cheeseburger, it sounds funny, but I mean, seriously,
it's true.
There's a spiritual ramification to that.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm not understanding people's point of view that, you know, they don't think that, you know, releasing rivers of LSD into the streets is a bad idea. I agree that's a bad idea. But, you know, if these things can be harnessed and used responsibly in a medical situation, you know, I think it's silly to turn away from that immediately. And this is a great story of something like that, you know, especially in a therapeutic and medical situation. I think, you know, I think there needs to be a bit of a mindset change, and turning it away immediately without considering all these details is a bit of a mistake. And when it comes to Christians, you know, needing to grapple with this idea, I think it's also, you know, very dangerous to come out strongly against it without an effective argument, if that is indeed where you land. And if that's the case, we need to have a similar conversation about pretty much everything.
Yep, I think you make some good points there. And while you were talking there, I was trying to pull up some passages that I know that are interesting passages about, you know, like kind of medicinal passages. Isaiah 38:21 in the ESV. Now Isaiah had said, "Let them take a cake of figs and apply it to the boil that he may recover." So you got, you know, some natural remedies there. In 1 Timothy 5, verse 23, it says, "No longer drink only water, but use a little wine for the sake of your stomach and your frequent ailments." So, I mean, yeah, there's a passage there that talks about drinking a little bit of wine to settle the tummy.
Yeah, right. And I'm seeing people saying, like, "Oh, he's not cured. He's still socially drinking." Okay, well, so did Jesus. So I don't know what to tell you.
And then, of course, you know, this one's a little bit more spiritual in a sense. Proverbs 17:22, "A joyful heart is a good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones." I think, in general here, there's a tendency to equate legal or illegal substances with the will of God.
Yeah.
And that's...
Right.
I understand that there is a point to some of that, but also... like a Romans 13 kind of point, if you miscontextualize a little bit of the, you know, obey government type of conversation. But if you're thinking about just a logical approach to this and a biblical approach of healing people, of course you're praying and you're laying of the hands and stuff like that I believe can be very, very helpful in healing people. But there is this other side of the...
can do it at a snap of a finger if that's the case.
Oh, of course.
It doesn't always happen that way.
It doesn't always happen that way, and there's something to be said about the current situation we're in now with big pharma really being the distributors of medicine in the world,
right,
and suppressing more effective, not just natural medicines, but also medicines that may have been created in laboratories and stuff, to suppress stuff that actually can help. If anybody has paid attention this last year with the conversation with ivermectin, I mean, same thing. There are effective treatments for coronavirus, for C-19, but they'd rather make you believe that a vaccine is the only way to have freedom.
Well, and to make that direct connection, so you're right. Ivermectin is something crazy. It's like $2 for a treatment
cheap.
that cures you, allegedly, according to some
a lot of people that have
credible scientific papers as well as anecdotal.
Yeah.
Same thing that they've seen with psilocybin therapy for depression and anxiety. Right now, we got to be careful not to let government and big pharma set ethical values for us. And I think that's something a lot of people don't think about. You know, you think about your ethics or your morals, and of course we derive those from a, you know, biblical worldview, but make sure that it is, because, you know, depression and anxiety has people on pills every day for their entire lives.
This is an
created by pharmaceutical companies that are motivated primarily by profits, and they make those profits by keeping people on a pharmaceutical developed in a lab for their entire lives. Now, I'm just from the science being done regarding psilocybin, they're giving these people 2 pills of psilocybin. I don't know the exact dose, but it's whatever. They're dosing these people once with psilocybin, and their depression and anxiety is going away for like 3 months to a year. So right there, this psilocybin therapy is directly opposed to the profitability of big pharma. Now, are they going to find a way to make that profitable? Yeah, probably. I'm not so ignorant to think that, I'm not saying magic mushrooms will solve the big pharma problem, but the science is showing that 2 pills of this psilocybin relieves people's suicidality for 3 months to a year versus the everyday prescription from big pharma. I mean, yeah, are we really lining up our ethical and moral values with to prop up the evil big pharma system? Why not at least give a chance to see if the real, science and benefit of some of these drugs that are considered evil because the government told us so. I think it's just a little wacky where the authorities, whether they be governmental or big pharma related, are, setting these ethical standards that directly benefit them financially, and we're not questioning them. I'm saying we have an opportunity to question the social control that big pharma and the government has over people's brains, that I think we need to give ourselves permission to not just come right out the gate with pre-programmed responses from big pharma corporations. And just do the science. I mean, if you're okay with taking an Advil or drinking some wine or, getting your little CBD gummy, that's all pharmakia. So or smoking a cigarette or anything. So, if you do or will do or are doing right now any of those things, we need to take a serious look at where the attitudes surrounding some government categorized illegal drugs, how they, are explored for beneficial purposes.
Yeah, I think you summed it up well there. And again, the psilocybin conversation is particularly interesting to me. Because it's like, would you rather trust, again, like the big pharma pill that some laboratory came up with, or just some fungus that grows on the ground, like naturally, It's just,
and again, we're not telling anybody to do these drugs.
No, we're not.
And
we're
yes,
not.
we are the first one to admit that spiritual work can solve a lot of these problems. But that's no reason to continue to vilify, like you said, something that God created, used responsibly and intentionally. Recreation, that's a whole other conversation that we're not having. We're just not having that conversation right now. So, and to be honest, for those who are just listening via the podcast, I know these ideas can be challenging, but, I'm watching the chat here, and it's challenging for a lot of people, but also there's a lot of people here who I'm actually kind of proud to say that they are not afraid to agree with me, and I appreciate that.
Well, before we get to 4 hours, we should probably wrap up the show, Basil. I think I need to get out of here. Got a family to attend to.
We did it again. We did it again.
I know. It's so long.
All right, let me gain control of my hand here. Okay, folks, that's it for this episode of 332 of Canary Cry News Talk. We will be back on Wednesday. That's Cinco de Mayo, Razzle Dazzle Basil Day, and episode 333. So turn on notifications, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, all that fun stuff. I know, I did it weird.
Subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
But also make sure to put it on your calendar, your Canary Cry calendar, to be here on Wednesday for that episode. And remember, we're going to need some producers for that episode. And I haven't received any arguments from the Knights and Dames about our Knight and Dame special for episode 333. So there you go, folks. If you've been wanting to become a producer of the show, if you want to make it to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, if you head on over to canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support
and become a producer there in the amount of $333. We'll be happy to knight you on Wednesday. And, you know, I'm realizing for those who are new to the show, the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames is the elite squadron of producers who have produced the show in the amount of $1,000 or more over any period of time. So that's the usual. The usual knighthood comes at $1,000 or more. Could be spread out over 10 years or whatever. But that's why the 333 special is what it is. It's 33% of the original price. So gosh, we're really hammering it hard. But hey, we're having fun with it. So there you go. Become a producer. We already said canarycryradio.com/support, but also patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk. Patreon.com/CCNT. Thank you very much. Can't wait for that episode. Now, here's the thing, folks. Producing the show financially is not the only way to become a producer. That's right. We got producers with all sorts of talents, all sorts of time, not just the treasure. And you can become a producer of that episode as well. If you're an artist or a creative person or a musician or whatever, create. And whatever you create, make it show related, make it special for the show. I'm proud of all your past work, but we keep an eye on the ball around here. Send that to canarycryradio.com. canarycryradio@gmail.com if you like it easy, or canarycryradio@protonmail.com if you like to keep it secret. Yes, that's right. We'll be very happy to receive those creative works as well. Now, if creativity is not your thing, you can help produce with your time. And I want to thank our timestamp champions who help us out with creating the timestamps for the show. It's very helpful for the YouTube viewers to be able to, click on those timestamps in order to skip around the show based on whatever they want to hear at that moment. Follow your heart. And that's a big old thank you to Jade Bouncerson and Christine. And we are so thankful to both of them for their work on that, and whoever else joins that team. If you want to learn more about helping out with that, you can email jadebouncerson@gmail.com. And once Podcasting 2.0 pops up, that's going to be even cooler. But I do want to thank all of our producers for this episode 332. That's producers: Egorius, Joe O, Don S, God Fearin 7, Simon H, Tristan H, Eric C, Kimberly W, Ciara F, Shield Labs, Ismail S, Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes, and Sir Sigra the Beast. What is his protectorate?
I have it here on the main document.
I haven't memorized it yet. Sorry,
Knight
Sigra.
of the Silent Watch.
Is it Sir Sigra the Beast?
Yep.
Knight of the Silent Watch?
Yep.
There you go. Thank you very much, Sir Sigra the Beast, Knight of the Silent Watch. And, of course, to our jingle makers and artists, we appreciate you very, very much. But you can also help out the show by sharing it. It's easy. Just hit the share button, share it out on your social media, share it out wherever. Put it on a CD, put it in an envelope, mail it to your mother, because she could probably figure that out, or whatever. You got friends, you got family. They're starting to figure out that the world is not what it seems, and sharing an episode with them might be a nice, easy, gentle on-ramp into the world of questioning the official narratives. We like to call it rattling cages, and if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. All right. I also wanted to mention ratings and reviews, baby. You can leave ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts. It's very helpful. Convinces those algorithms to share the show. Your review might be the thing to help somebody find the show. And isn't that a special idea? All right, Gons. Any last words?
Ethereum go boom boom. See you guys on Wednesday, Cinco de Mayo.
Razzle dazzle basil.
Razzle dazzle basil day. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. There you go, folks. Be back here on Cinco de Mayo, Wednesday, episode 333. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Crime News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Come on, man.
Aliens.
Keep yapping, man. Boy, it's really a productive segment, man.
It will kill.
Look it up.
Everybody loves waffles.
Stop this progress before it is too late.
They are scum.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
DuPont, that's where I started.
Come on, man.
A huge blunt, a joint. Give everybody
magic mushrooms.
Smoke. The CIA, I mean, lots of intelligence agencies have tested secretly dosing communities. LSD.
Psychoactive pills should be covertly administered.
Aborted feces. Aborted feces.
Put me on some, I don't know.
What are you shot in the butt?
Oxytocin.
Get a chemical hug.
I did dabble, some of that robot crack. I know what it's like.
We're made by the aliens.
It's a lethal recipe for disaster. You need help.
If you're a pharmacist, you need to repent.
All right, weird.
Fun fact, I believe Another fun fact.
It was really a productive segment, man.
Fun fact. Another fun fact.
Brings me back to my Screamo days. Aliens.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
People, I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo.
He's a Satanist.
I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
And melt those babies into candles.
You and you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
Demonic power!
I'll keep the cameras on now in my people's zoo.
All dead.
You, yeah, you in my people's zoo.
They are scum.
People don't even read their Bible, for heaven's sakes.
We're made by the aliens. Are you even woke? Hallelujah.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
It will kill.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
You can't handle the truth.
In my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.